from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Off and running on a Monday morning. It is Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're doing well. Coming up, we get things started with Sunday's headlines, including the Washington Nationals just down the street here in D.C., shaking up their leadership just a week before the Major League Baseball draft. At 6:20, we will head to the NFL and why one quarterback is making us think that the NFL will be honoring a lot of signal callers this season, at least if this is an early indication. At 6:40, we'll examine some of the milestones that the league's best players will be chasing all year. Then at 7 o'clock, we're talking baseball, what to expect from next week's Home Run Derby, and our favorite plays on this Monday. At 7:40, we bring in Al Galdi, host of the Nats Chat podcast, to give us some perspective on what in the world the Nationals are trying to do here. Finally, at 8 o'clock, we'll make our case for a winner of the weekend. If you want to bet on Wimbledon this week, we've got our expert lined up and ready to go when Pam Maldonado from ESPN joins the show. Donkster time comes your way at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, fresh off a holiday weekend. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. Let's see if we can remember how to do this. How now, brown cow? Do you ever feel like you kind of lose it if you don't do your job for like a few days? Like, it does feel like you get a little rusty, right? Like, I did talk to people, so I suppose I'm not completely out of service. But we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, should be a good time. What'd you do? You had like 3 or 4 days off. What'd you do over the Independence Day holiday?
Well, we did a bunch of fireworks. We went to the pool. Unfortunately, Jake is at another one of those stupid tournaments.
Wow.
So it's been like a girls' weekend again. So it was slightly, dampened by that. But we did all of the 4th of July things. We had, cooked grilled food. We had the fireworks. We went to the pool. We didn't go to a parade. We don't have one of those. But as far as the checklist activities, we did all of them. Did you at least get yourself a cheeseburger?
I did. I got a cheeseburger. I got some brisket, which was actually pretty good. And then I got a hot dog as well. So I had a little bit of everything. It was good. Saw some friends, saw some fireworks as well. And then after that, we spent like 2 days doing absolutely nothing. So it's kind of the best of both worlds, right? Like, you go out, you're having a good time, you're seeing people, you're doing the whole cookout thing, you're having a beer, you're doing the whole 4th of July thing. And then it's like, okay, now we have some time to ourselves. Let's just take it easy. So I feel like it was a good balance there.
Ah, yes. Yeah, we did all kinds of things. Me and Blake, I've been trying like a circus clown to keep her entertained. Because that's the thing with like 5-year-olds. It's like you will do 15 activities in a day, but at 8 p.m. they're like, so what are we doing next? Can we get out the paints? You're like, oh my God, just let me sit here. So last night, Jenks, at 8 o'clock, we were finger painting, which is a real treat. I've got to pick that up today.
That's genius. That's when your genius strikes. You can't turn off the genius switch. It's like, I need to paint now with my fingers. That's how it all gets started. Well, you're a good mom, and you had a good week betting last week. I know I won't spend too much time on this because our bets were last Wednesday, but please, you had a very good week. I was very meh.
Yeah, I'm going to do it quickly because it was on Wednesday. Rangers money line over the Orioles. Orioles are not a good team, and the Rangers are a good team. That was a win. Astros first 5 run line. Had to look this one up. The Rockies had this game tied through the first 5 innings, but of course, the Astros win 5-3 in the full game. So a little dadgummit, wishing we would have played the full game there because we had the Astros first 5 run line 1-1.
Nice job. I went 1-3. Very meh week for me. I've been up and down, up and down. Dogster got a win with Royals, Mariners under 7. Mariners win 3-2. Again, that's last Wednesday. So for the week, you went 3-1. I went 3-7. Dogster 2-1 here on the Daily Tip. It is on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us as we slowly get going again after that holiday weekend. And we begin in baseball because the Washington Nationals, our team, Denton is here in studio. I'm here in studio. These are our Nats. Just randomly yesterday, they decided that they would part ways with general manager Mike Rizzo and skipper Davey Martinez. So this is Nationals managing principal partner Mark Lerner in a statement, quote, "Our family is eternally grateful for their years of dedication to the organization, including their roles in bringing a World Series trophy to D.C. While we are appreciative of their past successes, the on-field performance has not been where we or our fans expect it to be." So Rizzo has been with the Nats forever, joined the organization in 2007, became GM in 2009, and then Davey has been managing the club since 2018. Of course, the Lerners mentioned that World Championship back in 2019. But I think the initial reaction here in D.C. was, what? Why now? Like, now you're going to do this? Like a week before the Major League Baseball draft when you're trying to make your team better? And I think we all sort of expected the Nationals not to be great this season. A lot of young talent for sure. Maybe you could argue they've underperformed, particularly recently when they had an 11-game losing streak. But I don't understand the timing of this and what the plan is moving forward. And I think if you look at the organization and the Lerner family, they haven't exactly put a ton of money behind this team as far as building it in addition to that young talent. So I'm not sure what's going on here, Chelsea. What was your reaction?
Yeah, so I was trying to find like reasoning for why they did this now, and I did find this from Grant Paulson, who I believe has been on the show. You know him. He said the option for Davey Martinez in 2026 had to be picked up by July 15th. So that was like next week. So you clearly realize that like Davey Martinez is not getting that option picked up. So if they don't do that, he's a lame duck manager for the rest of the season. That's kind of a weird situation. As far as Mike Rizzo getting fired, don't know about that one because it is very strange because the Nationals have the first overall pick in the MLB draft. The only thing I can think here is that the Nationals have a ton of really young talent that looks to have a really high ceiling. And maybe they're thinking, hey, we don't want to mess this up because we've already kind of seen this with Dylan Cruz, who was the number 2 overall pick in 2023. Same draft as Paul Skeens, also coming from LSU. He's hitting 196, and he also has a hurt oblique. So he has not been on the trajectory that most people had expected. But you do have guys like James Wood, who obviously has had a great season, 7th most homers in all of baseball, hitting 288, 4th in RBI as well. And then Mackenzie Gore, who was just elected an all-star, 5th in strikeouts. But Jenks, I think you're right. I think they do need to spend a little bit more money if they expect to be in contention. Did anybody expect them to be in the cellar of the NL East? Probably not, being this bad, or maybe it would be the basement. But still, I think the consensus is that they have a lot of young talent, and I think that they don't want to put it in the hands of Mike Rizzo anymore.
I just think they need to spend the money. Didn't you certainly have an educated opinion on this. What do you think?
I would like to thank the Lerners who I waved to their building this morning, only with one finger. But I waved to their building this morning. Their name is literally on a building right behind Jenks' shoulder. They have spent years forcing the hand of Mike Rizzo by not giving him money. They completely allowed the 2019 championship team to disintegrate in front of their face, and now they're pointing fingers saying, hey, why aren't we back in that spot? It's impossible to be good in baseball if you are not willing to spend money, and it is downright offensive that an organization based in Washington, D.C., which is a top 10 market, spends like the Pittsburgh Pirates.
No, it's so true. I think you're spot on. And Rizzo is beloved here. Like, I love Mike Rizzo. I feel like he's done more with less, trying to work with smoke and mirrors forever. Think about the number of great players who have passed through D.C. on their way to someone else, whether it's Juan Soto, whether it's Bryce Harper, whether it's Max Scherzer. At some point, if you want to compete at the highest level, you have to spend the money. And yeah, that's what's frustrating about the Nationals. You say, oh, they have all this young talent, and they do. But you have to supplement those young guys with veteran talent, with guys who are already established, instead of saying, let's put a bunch of young guys out there and wait, they're not winning? I don't believe it. What about their bullpen? It's the worst bullpen in Major League Baseball. So I'm not saying that Mike Rizzo or Davey Martinez, that they've made every single perfect move along the way. What I don't understand is that it certainly doesn't seem like, and hasn't been this way for a long time, that the learners have put in the money and the care that you have to put into an organization if you want to win. And then they do this a week before the draft. It just seems like bad timing to me. I don't really get it.
Yeah, I would imagine the scouting teams probably remain intact somewhat, because what are you going to do? Clean house for everybody a week before the draft? Probably not. But we've seen this story before. Sometimes teams just need new leadership, and sometimes it's not even the fault of the manager. We saw this with the Rockies. What was Bud Black going to do with that Rockies team? That was a AAA
Right.
team. Was he supposed to be competing with the Dodgers? No. So whether we like it or not, whether it's fair or not, sometimes this is just how it goes when you're the manager of a baseball team.
Yeah, it's a good point, I think, about Bud Black. Have the Rockies improved appreciably since then?
No.
No. I mean, maybe they won a couple more games. At some point, a bad team is a bad team. And if you're not putting the support behind it, it's you just want to ask, what did you expect? What did you expect here? And I think ultimately, sure, you can make an argument the Nationals shouldn't have been this bad, but the idea that they should be competing at a higher level is, I think it's just folly. And you've got an ownership group that just doesn't want to spend the money, and this has been this way, it feels like, for a long time. The Nationals do have a couple of players on the Major League Baseball All-Star team. James Wood, Mackenzie Gore, a couple guys we've talked about. So the All-Stars were revealed yesterday. 19 first-timers. The All-Star game taking place at Truist Park in Atlanta next week. We get Clayton Kershaw making his 11th All-Star team as a special selection by the commissioner. He could start, but probably going to be Paul Skeens or Zach Wheeler of the Phillies. But were you surprised at some of the names? This is the way it always works, right? There's an all-star team, and it's what about the guys who didn't make it? But I was surprised. No Mookie Betts, no Juan Soto, some big names left off the team, Chelsea.
Well, there's only so many positions. What's really shocking to me, let's go back to that Clayton Kershaw legend pick.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing? Just passing out freebies? There are other old pitchers that have great legacies, because everybody's making a big deal about Clayton Kershaw getting his 3,000th strikeout. There are guys named Justin Verlander and Max, I just
Scherzer?
blanked on his last name, Max Scherzer, that have great stats as well. I would imagine there has to be something to the effect of Clayton Kershaw must be retiring after this season. But if you're going to do the legend picks, do them across the board. Do one for the American League. Do one every single year. Don't do it sporadically, because we have had this before. We've had it with Miggy Cabrera, I believe. We've had it with Albert Pujols. But still, if you're going to give one to the National League, don't you have to give one to the American League as well?
Or just be consistent in it. That's
Right.
the thing. I totally agree with you. At some point, I hate it when things like this are so arbitrary, because it just seems like this is a very Rob Manfred thing to do, right? Oh my God, we got a little mojo here with Clayton Kershaw coming off that 3,000 strikeout. How about, just put him in the All-Star game? And not that he hasn't been really good this year, but certainly when you take away a spot from someone else, or you just add a guy randomly, it's not a coincidence this has happened a week after he made history. It just seems like there's not a lot of thought put into it, which I think could probably describe a lot of what we see from the commissioner's office.
Right, and you can't brag about him being an 11-time All-Star if one of these are gimmies, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good for you. You've been great this year. You've been very good. But ultimately, what is the protocol? I guess that's what it comes down to. Is there a protocol here? Are we going to see some sort of consistency? Is it going to happen in both? And we're not. It's just it's like Rob Manfred's sitting around and he's like, I'm going to throw a dart. Well, look at that. There's Clayton Kershaw. Again, it's nothing personal against Clayton Kershaw. I just don't understand if there's any thought process going through his head. And so I saw that too, and I was like, okay, I get it. But then is this a thing moving forward or not? And it seems like there's just not an answer to that.
Yeah, because the Dodgers just didn't have enough representation on the All-Star team, right? Okay, as far as like the All-Star rosters go, the National League seems to be all big names when it comes to their hitters. Holy, smokes. It's Dodgers, it's the Mets. It's all of the big names you would expect. Meanwhile, the American League, holy smokes, look at their pitching staff. It's an absolute nightmare. Starting with Tariq Skubal, probably going to get the start. Garrett Crochet leads the majors in strikeouts. Jacob deGrom, when he's healthy and at his peak, probably some of the best stuff in this generation. So once again, Jenks, the auto pick for me is going to be on the under for the All-Star game. We have a ton of great pitchers.
It'll probably be like 3-2, something like that. What's going to be the total for that game? 6.5? 6?
I would say 8. It's normally 8 because there are good hitters.
I guess that's true. Yeah, that's true. You can always have one pitcher that blows up, gives up a 3-run long ball or something like that, but the under is the way to go for sure. Coming up next on the show, it is list season in the NFL. Oh, middle of summer. That's what we're trying to say. We already have one beef with what we're seeing as the countdown begins. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network, July 7th. Man, time is a-flying. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us. Hope you enjoyed your holiday weekend. Coming up on the show, the NFL is slowly releasing its top 100 players of 2025, and one quarterback on the list is raising a few eyebrows. So, PJ Glasser. We love PJ here at the network. Apparently, he was in Vegas for his brother's birthday over the weekend. And last night, he was supposed to go to the Kelly Clarkson concert out in Sin City. But just hours before opening night of her residency, called the studio sessions at Caesars, she canceled it, at least this weekend, and released this quote. "We've been working 24/7 to make studio sessions the most intimate and extraordinary experience, and for my incredible fans, I'm beyond grateful that you always show up for me. I'm devastated to have to postpone tonight and tomorrow's opening." So apparently the show will go on next weekend, but she needs to get her voice right and wants to make sure the performance is ready to go. Can you imagine going all the way out to Vegas to see Kelly Clarkson? Or you're there and you decide, okay, I want to see Kelly, I'm going to spend all this money. And then opening night, boom. Nope. See you next week. That's a bummer.
Yeah, some people wait a moment for a lifetime for a moment like this, Jenks, to quote Kelly Clarkson herself. Can we go back to the fact that PJ Glasser was going to see Kelly Clarkson? I did not peg PJ as a Kelly Clarkson fan. So remember when we did that graphic of like, who are you going to sit next to on the plane for social media? Would PJ just be listening to Kelly Clarkson the entire time?
He might be. I mean, what a win, you know? PJ's a very good conversationalist. So you'll sit there and you'll have a chat with PJ, and he's like, hey, listen, I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my flight. He puts in his earbuds, and next thing you know, he's banging to Kelly Clarkson. Why not? I appreciate someone who appreciates a good voice. I mean, Kelly Clarkson can sing. There's no question about it. Her voice is. What I always think is fascinating is that, you know, the public perception of someone versus, and look, I think people like Kelly Clarkson, but I also think it's fascinating that when you watch other artists sort of have to compete or have to sing with her, they're always like, ugh. Like, who was it? Ariana Grande, I think. Was it on Jimmy Fallon? I don't know. Like a year or so ago. And they would just hand out songs, and Ariana would have to sing one, and then Kelly would have to sing one. And when Ariana knew she was going to have to go up against Kelly, and Ariana Grande can sing. Like, she has an incredible voice. And you would see her face like, are you serious? Like, you're going to make me sing with Kelly Clarkson? So she kind of has that rarefied air that very few artists have, and the way that other people look at her. But would I have had PJ for a fan? Maybe not.
Yeah. So at least we know she sings. So, you know, if she's going to cancel a show because her vocal cords are tired, at least we're like, hey, she has very strong, massive, like, vocal cords that need some rest, and she actually sings. Like, if Britney Spears did this, we're like, Britney, is it really your voice?
No.
So at least Kelly Clarkson sings. So I get it. It's just, it's disappointing that it was like the first day of her residency. I'm sure she didn't want it to happen this way. I was looking at her catalog. Jenks, what's your favorite Kelly Clarkson song? She has more than I had imagined. Like, I'm looking at this list, and it's a walk down memory lane. Because I remember Miss Independent. I had it on a burnt CD, which for the kids out there, you used to have to download songs illegally off the internet. And I only had like a minute 30 of it. But it was the best minute 30 ever until it just went to, you know, those LimeWire sounds when you download a bad version of something.
Took you 8 hours.
But I still cherished that minute and 30 seconds.
I used to do that. I would quite literally be like, all right, I'm going to download these 10 songs, and I'll start now, and then I'll leave for work. And when I come back, maybe 6 of these will have been downloaded. The other 4 are probably corrupted. You know, they'll go like 15 seconds, and then it's some sort of like porn sounds or something crazy, like some sort of ridiculous like jumble that someone has put together. Because that used to be a thing too. I was like the original trolling. Oh, you think you're going to get this song? Guess what you're going to get instead? It's like, great. Awesome. But it took, I mean, what a different time. But Kelly Clarkson was a big part of that time for sure.
I wonder what's Justin Guarini doing these days? Is he still like the guy from Diet Dr. Pepper?
Little Sweet. That's what he was doing forever.
Right.
People didn't realize that was him. Remember he had that movie with Kelly Clarkson right after American Idol was so popular called From Justin to Kelly? I remember seeing that on VHS.
Oh, I think it won some Razzies. I don't think the plot was that great.
I don't think it was that great. And you mentioned Britney Spears. I've seen Britney Spears in concert. She doesn't sing a lick. And I mean, not like one song. Like, that's the thing that got me. I was like, if you'll just sing one song. No, not a single song. Kelly will sing everything. So sorry about that, PJ. That's a bummer. Well, the NFL has released, Chelsea, is releasing its top 100 players of 2025. It is list season. That's what happens when it's first, second week of July. We're just sort of waiting for things to get going again, even though we have some baseball, we have some tennis. And so they're releasing this, of course, in spurts, right? So we get 100 through 91, and they're going to slowly go down the list until we get the top 10. So right now we have Tua Tagovailoa at 91. The list starts with Chargers receiver Ladd McConkey, and then you go and you see everyone from Leonard Williams to Aaron Jones, Levante David, Josh Sweat, and then you get to Tua at 91. So my question to you is, if Tua is at 91, aren't we going to see a ton of quarterbacks on this list then? Because I feel like, I like Tua, but based on last year, 11 games, 19 touchdowns, 7 picks. If he's already on the list, there'll be a ton of quarterbacks on this list.
Yeah, there should be, based on his numbers. But it's crazy to me that the 91st ranked player in the NFL, according to this list, which I know is subjective, is still making $212 million. That's the crazy part. Like, you just have to be average. Like, think about it. There's 90 players better in the NFL than Tua, but how many are higher paid than him? Like, I would imagine the list has to be pretty short, right?
It has to be. I don't have it right in front of me, but he's certainly up there because he signed that monster deal. There's no question about it. It's just, he's that guy that I hate when, certain sort of narratives fall around someone, but I think it's true, which is, Tua just has to stay healthy. And he just has never really been completely healthy for extended periods. He'll be that way for a while. Of course, he went through all of concussion issues, and then there was the thought, will he even continue playing? And he decided, no, this is something I want to do. But if you look at all the statistics, whether you like Tua or not, I mean, the Dolphins are absolutely better when he's in the lineup. It's not close. It's just that, is he going to play enough to be effective for you? And that'll be a question again. I think it'll be a question, honestly, as long as he plays. I would love to see a 4 or 5 year stretch where Tua plays and doesn't have any significant injuries. But that's really hard in the NFL. It's not always the case, but you know how it is. Sometimes a guy has an early injury history and they have a hard time shaking it.
Well, and especially when it's concussions, like the risk is a lot higher when you are risking your brain health as opposed to, say, like a knee or an ankle or something where, yes, it stinks, but like your brain obviously is a bigger deal. So obviously we're going to be keeping our eyes on Tua, and if he's learning to fall correctly, which I still can't believe that was a thing. But I think the bigger question is for the Dolphins in general, because it just feels like even if Tua has a good year this year, the Dolphins are not really in a great spot to succeed, just looking at the roster, at how it's constructed as we speak. So somebody's going to have to step up and be a leader, because that's the main thing it feels like they have lost. They have had all type of clubhouse issues that have come to the surface over the past offseason. So if you're the guy who's making $212 million, if you are the franchise player, if you are the quarterback of a team who is no longer a young guy, it does feel like Tua is going to have to make some steps in that regard. And I understand he is a great individual from everything I've heard, but he's got to do more, I feel like, in the leadership department.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, you could go, yeah, you're right. And also, if you look at, I was thinking about the number of players, the number of quarterbacks who would be listed higher than Tua. You can just go on and on and on. I mean, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, the usual suspects, Patrick Mahomes, even someone like Baker Mayfield. What would you say? Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love.
God.
I don't know.
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence is tough. I don't know. But Jordan Love, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Based on the fact that he's healthy and it feels like he has more upside, I would say. You could put
Been
Dak
better
in
the
there
playoffs.
too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I
think I'm wondering where Baker Mayfield will line up. Because if it feels like anybody, like people just do not want to give the Bucs any credit, and myself included. I feel like every year I'm like, it's the NFC South. Somebody else is going to win.
Right.
But the Bucs continue to be a good team, and they continue to challenge some of the best teams in the NFC. And let's do a quick run through of Baker Mayfield stats, just to put some numbers to what we are saying. So last year, 41 touchdowns, 16 picks, 4,500 yards. Those are pretty good numbers for somebody who I feel like never even gets mentioned in the top 10 quarterbacks. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying he doesn't even cross people's minds.
No, not at all. I think it goes to show how difficult it is once people sort of have an idea of who you are.
Out.
Like, once the die is cast, it's hard to break out of that. But look, I mean, I don't want to give Baker Mayfield any credit. He went to Oklahoma. but come on. I don't want to. I want to sit here and crap all over him. But I can't because the numbers are the numbers, and he's been very, very good. He really has rejuvenated his career. Like, that's so difficult to do in the NFL. And remember when wasn't he playing in Carolina for a while? He was terrible. He was terrible in Carolina. Yeah, remember that?
Who's good in Carolina?
Well, no one.
Nobody.
Then they sent him out to L.A., and then it's the Bucs. I mean, there was a while when he was just kind of a journeyman quarterback, and now he goes to Tampa. They're winning regular season games. We've, won the division 3 straight years, and here he is. He's 30-1 to win the MVP. I don't think Baker Mayfield is going to win MVP. I don't necessarily like that bad, but I'm saying as a quarterback, he's done a really nice job of rejuvenating his career. I need to check it on that lawsuit about his family, because there were some members of his family that he's suing for like $30 million because they apparently, allegedly stole a lot of money from him from his early contract that he signed with the Browns. I need to look into that. I think they're based in Austin. But also what's interesting about this list is when you talk about players that don't get the credit that they deserve, Lavonte David is interesting to me at number 96, only because ESPN came out. We talked about it on this show where they listed the best players at every position in the league over the last 25 years. And Lavonte David, who I only think has made 2 or 3 Pro Bowls, was listed as one of the best linebackers of the past quarter century in the NFL. If you look at the numbers, it's Lavonte David. He's a legend in Tampa. And yet, when you think about the great linebackers in the NFL, he's not really someone that generally makes the list.
Well, the same team, the Tampa Bay Bucs.
Yeah.
I feel like when you play for teams that people don't care as much about, some of your accomplishments don't go as noticed. I think we've seen this for other players. Like we see this in baseball where you see guys having great seasons, like the shortstop for the A's. I think he's a rookie. Like nobody cares about the A's. They don't even have their own, stadium right now. So when you look at the numbers, you're like, Jacob Wilson, who the hell is that? But he actually has good numbers. So I think in Lavonte David's case, not to compare him to Jacob Wilson, because, that is a 1-year thing. But I think it's just because he plays for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I think that's it. Lavonte David is a 1-time Pro Bowler and a 1-time All-Pro. And yet ESPN says, look at the numbers. Now, he's beloved in Tampa, but you're right. Outside of the Buccaneers, there's not a lot of people that would put him in the mix. I also think, too, there's an interesting balance. And look, numbers are numbers and metrics are metrics, and they matter. I also think that sometimes there are intangibles or things that you can't necessarily see as far as leadership and how guys react and rally around you and plays that you make, which, okay, they show up, but they don't really show the impact, or it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to quantify impact, if that makes sense.
Yeah, especially on the defense, right?
Yes.
Because,
there
are tackles, but, there are other things that you are impacting the defense and you're impacting, obviously, the opposing offense. And it's not maybe going to show up on the stat sheet unless, you're making a sack or something. So I think especially on the defense, it's just tough to quantify. But the players and, the guys who are facing against him, like they would know. And I feel like if you ask the players and you ask in like people who actually watch game film, those are the people that probably say, hey, Lavonte David, one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, one guy we were talking about, I think on our pod, was Priest Holmes an incredible player, right? But when you think about great running backs of the past 25 years, you're like, I forgot about Priest. But then you talk to NFL players,
like
like,
31.
Dude, they'll be like,
They're at his jersey.
For like 3 or 4 years, like Priest was just like unbelievable. Like he could do anything and everything. He was unreal. So there are players like that. And you make a good point about defense too. Like cornerbacks are a perfect example, right? Like he only has 3 interceptions. Yeah, but they never throw at him because he shuts down half the field. Coming up next on the show. Yeah, we're ready for the NFL to get underway, and some big names won't just be chasing wins, we'll be chasing personal milestones as well. We'll talk about that next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us on a Monday. Michael Jenkins, she's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Aaron Rodgers can continue adding his name to the NFL record books, but it'll have to beat his old team to do it. Chelsea, I've already gotten a college football preview in the mail from Phil Steele. I got a Texas Longhorn specific preview magazine in the mail. Now I just need to add like an NFL mag to the list. I will never get through all of this, but I like to at least like have it in my possession. Have you done this yet?
I have not. I need to go to Books A Million or Barnes and Noble. I don't know if those places still exist, but I used to love going there. Did you ever go to bookstores and just like meander around and like sit in a corner and like read a magazine? My mom was like, Chelsea, get a book. And I was like, no, I'm going to go for the J14 magazine. Do you remember those magazines that had like Jonathan Taylor Thomas on the front?
Yes.
My mom was like, no, Chelsea.
Specifically
literature.
That one. But yes, I know what you're talking about. That used to be a good time. You just kind of mosey around and see what you could find, and then you discover something. I think it was the discovery, which was exciting, right? Because you kind of, there was a real joy in saying, oh my God, I can't believe I found this, or I didn't know this was here. I mean, it's obviously a different time, but there were times I would go in Austin in particular because I had all sorts of bookstores, and whether it was the big names or not. And I wouldn't say I went on a regular basis, but there were times I'd pop in and grab a coffee and be like, hey, let's see what's in here today. And you'd find something, oh my God, I got to get this.
Now looking back, I think my mom took us there so she didn't have to watch us for a little bit. So she just like let me and my brother loose, and we would like go through the magazines. Like the repeat contenders would be like ESPN the magazine that had the really big pages. We really like those. Sports Illustrated for kids that had like the fold out posters. We like that as well. And then they had like some of the books that had like the tactile things where you could like, it was like, oh, the cat's soft and you can pet it. Like they had some of those cool books. And I understand I am dating myself a little bit because I think I was a little younger during this experience. And obviously you were, but it was fun roaming through the store. I don't think I ever picked up an actual book, but we did hit the magazine section pretty hard.
Oh, I got to look this up. Well, the reason why I mentioned this is because, talk about dating yourself. I mean, we used to have book fairs. Where they would just show up with these massive, like, steel containers. They would open them up and look at all these books. But I will say I did cultivate a real love and appreciation of sports because of that, because you'd go through and there'd be like a sports section and you could look through. And I remember I had this one book. It was called The 30,000 Yard Club. And this was at the time, because this is the early 80s, when the NFL was a running back league. Guys didn't throw like they do now. Like the NFL, you had a handful. And so this was a very small book on the number of players who have thrown for 30,000 yards in the NFL. And now, I just looked this up, at least 43 quarterbacks have done that. I mean, time has something to do with that, but also the way the game has changed. But when it was a running league, like throwing for that many yards was like a big deal. I'm like, whoa, these guys can really throw the football. But, the game has changed a lot.
Right, because they didn't have like the leeway to do it, because obviously their coach just didn't give them the chance, because all the plays that were running were like the smokestack and the power eye. Right. Maybe it wasn't that long ago, but you get what I'm saying. But yeah, that was fond memories going to Barnes and Noble. I have to see if there's one around here.
Well, maybe you can find a biography on Aaron Rodgers if you're so inclined.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Well, as you can imagine, because he's been around for a long time, he can set a couple of pretty big records this season. Number one is he can pass the other former Packers great quarterback, Brett Favre, in all-time touchdowns. So Favre has 508, Rodgers has 503, so he's 6 touchdowns away from passing Brett Favre. He's going to get that record. The other one, though, which is very rare, he can beat all 32 teams during his career. He can join Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, and Drew Brees as the only quarterbacks to ever do so. But he will have to beat his old team, the Packers, in Week 8. So for numerous reasons, that's going to be must-watch TV.
Oh, absolutely. And the Packers, just looking at the roster now, I'd imagine they look like a better team than Aaron Rodgers' Steelers. But in the NFL, like anybody can beat anybody. And maybe that's not giving enough credit to Aaron Rodgers, because obviously he is a big upgrade at quarterback. But I'm interested to see like if the fire is still alive in Aaron Rodgers, because I think that he puts off like this cool demeanor, like, oh, everything doesn't matter. Like the world is a big place. I have more meaning in my life. But like there's a reason he's gotten to all these benchmarks, is because he is a fiery and competitive guy that's put in a lot of hard work. And I think people kind of forget that sometimes. So I am excited to see if some of that is still alive in him. And you kind of hear it from some of the players that he's worked with, because there are guys who are excited to work with him. Like DK Metcalf has said this before. So as much as I don't love Aaron Rodgers' persona, I am still very excited to hopefully see like flashes of what we saw over the course of his career. And that is a very good quarterback.
Yeah, I'm sort of curious too if he'll be, he has to be better. It's amazing how much, a team can uplift you or bring you down. And I'm not saying he was great last year. He wasn't. But the Jets were sort of a mess. And I feel like because the Steelers are a much better run organization, like naturally, even though he's a year older, he will play better. Then we got your guy, Derrick Henry. So he can join the top 5 already in all-time rushing touchdowns. He is currently tied with the great Jim Brown, 106 rushing touchdowns. One more would make him number 6 all-time, and then 5 more, he'll become number 5 all-time passing sweetness, Walter Payton, who has 110. Like, what he continues to do at his age, and at his age is such a funny thing to say when you're talking about, at his age. So
31.
Yeah, 31, 32, like, come on. But for running backs, as we know, they get aged out pretty quickly in today's league, and here he is. It's just, he's the anomaly. I love players who are like, yeah, he's different. He's built different, as they say, and he just is, and he's going to get this too.
Well, he's literally built different. Like, look at him. He is way bigger than the normal running back. And if you see his off-season workout regime, that's not especially normal either. So somebody who puts a lot of time and a lot of effort in maintaining his body, I know he spends like $250,000, I think, on his nutrition alone, because that's the trend that we're starting to see. Like 31 in the year 2025 is not the same 31 that it used to be even 10 years ago. Like guys are taking care of their bodies and they're doing all these things to make sure that they can get, some more tread on the tires over the years. So nobody's going to work harder than Derrick Henry. And if we talk about guys who are easy to root for, like who is saying something bad about Derrick Henry? Like try to find one bad headline. I dare you. Maybe it's out there and I haven't come across it because I have some blinders on because I love him so much. But he's definitely somebody I'm going to be rooting for. And when it comes to like, if there is a milestone and he is close to it, it feels like one of those things where like the team's gonna be like, hey, we want this for Derrick. Because sometimes we see that, the last week of the season when there's like some milestone within reach within a single season, if it's a clubhouse guy and somebody who everybody loves and respects, they're going to have more of the gentle nudge, be like, hey, we want this for him. Let him have the ball.
Oh, yeah. And I think last year it was where in the open field, I think it's the Amazon Web Services measurement where they can measure how fast someone is going, like in a straight line. And I think in the open field last year, he was like top 3 in a straight line, maybe number 1. Just imagine a guy that big and that fit and that powerful coming at you at that speed. It's remarkable anyway, just watching, but imagine trying to tackle that guy and be like, oh, no, you know what? Just go right ahead. No, thanks. I'd prefer not to be, suffering for the next 10 years because you flatten me. Like in every aspect, he's remarkable.
Yeah, I feel like the Jacksonville Jaguars in particular, like he has just owned them so much. I'm pretty sure they're in the highlight reel of like all of his big plays where it's like, guys of the secondary who are just getting stiff armed and thrown like a rag doll out of the way. So I'm sure the Jags are glad that he's out of the AFC South. But I'm sure he'll be terrorizing another team. He did last year and he will continue to do so because even though he is an old 31 years of age, I think he can still have a great season this year.
Yeah, that's because he's from right there, like right outside Jacksonville, right? I always look this up. his high school stats. Okay. In high school, Derrick Henry rushed for 12,124 yards, 153 rushing touchdowns, and 8.7 yards per carry. It's just like stupid. Rushed for 510 yards in one game, a record that stood till 2021. So he always likes showing out when he goes home, and he does. How about Mike Evans? We've been talking about the Bucs a lot in this show. That's something. He can pass Jerry Rice for consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. So he has 11, tying him with Jerry Rice. One more, he sets the record. And anytime you are in the same conversation with Jerry Rice, then obviously you're on GOAT level. And Mike Evans is a guy, I mean, he's already a Hall of Famer. Which is why the Bucs signed him to this monster contract, because he deserves it. He's already a 6-time Pro Bowler, a Super Bowl champion, and he's another one of those guys that just a freak of nature because of his size and because of his production.
Yeah, and I think I remember this as one of my favorite moments from the entire season last year. Remember when he got that 9-yard pass from Baker Mayfield to get that 1,000-yard season for the 11th straight season? Do you remember how much the rest of the team was celebrating? Like, we were just talking about this. When you're a clubhouse guy and people root for you, you can tell. And like, this video went viral for all of the right reasons. So you can tell that everybody in Tampa really loves Mike Evans. And, you know, as much as we love like highlight reel catches and all these great plays, that still stands out as one of my favorite moments of all of last season.
Oh, I totally agree. I'd forgotten about that. It was so cool. And that's how you know, like, someone is so respected.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not just, hey, you got your money. It's, you got this, or you got this, you know, this record, but we're happy because not for the money, not for the fame, not for the accomplishment. We're happy for you. Like, you deserve it because of who you are as a pro, as a person. Yeah, I remember seeing that as well. And you thought, oh, now you know. Like, you can see in this moment how much this player, how much Mike Evans means to his team. Coming up next in the show, the home run derby is set, and we've got a whole 3 players ready to compete. To the diamond we go. That is next on the Daily Tip. It's on the BetMGM Network. Hour 2 coming your way next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we got a lot of baseball on tap. We'll start by talking about the MLB announcing their All-Stars over the weekend, and it's a big name roster with a ton of huge names. Aaron Judge, Shohei, Jacob deGrom, Tariq Skubal, but the home run derby is a little lacking. Should players be turning down the derby? We discuss that in this segment. Then at 7:20, it's on to our daily baseball plays, which our baseball plays have been pretty solid, so maybe you want to tune into that. And then at 7:40, Al Galdi, of the Nats Chat podcast, stops by to break down why the Nationals fired their manager and their GM a week before the draft. It's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, let me ask you, do you think it is more meaningful for baseball to have superstars in the home run derby or for the NBA to have big names in the dunk contest?
I think right now it's more important for baseball because the NBA has already gone down this road. Right? I don't think there's any going back. So this has been a problem in the NBA for a long time now, where Mac McClung is coming up and he's wowing us. And it's great theater. It's all well and fine. But the home run derby has been a signature event, obviously, in baseball for a long time, and it's been great. Like, that's the one thing. This is baseball. It's the one thing that they've gotten right almost every year, where it's so much fun to watch. They've adjusted the rules accordingly. And it's been so great for the sport. It's been so great for that All-Star weekend. And so they've had it, and they don't want to lose it because the NBA has already lost that juice. Like, the Stars already decided, okay, they don't want to do it. They don't want to risk injury, whatever. I don't believe that. I think they don't want to risk their reputation, the fact that they might underperform. I think they're being scared. But you don't want this to happen to Major League Baseball because I don't think there's really any going back in the NBA. With baseball, you want to keep this around. So I think it's more important for baseball right now.
I think you could probably argue both sides. Like, I tend to agree with you, and I think baseball needs at least some of the big names. They don't need all of the big names. Like, I don't think they need Aaron Judge to do it, even though it would be nice to see Aaron Judge duke it out with Cal Raleigh. But I think as far as basketball goes, I wish we saw more of the big names just because I feel like the skill's more on display, in the dunk contest, because in home run derby, the way that the contest is formatted, we can have guys who are the up and comers who can still put on a great show. Like, some of the best home run derbies I feel like we've have had some of the younger guys like Vladdy Jr. and Juan Soto over the years, and even Bryce Harper when he was coming up. So I understand it's kind of that way in the NBA dunk contest as well. But I don't necessarily think that MLB needs all the huge names to compete, because it still can be a good product just because of the way that it's formatted.
It can still be good. It just won't be the same. Like, that's the thing with the NBA. As someone who grew up watching the NBA dunk contest, like, you have guys like Mac McClung or Stephon Castle or Jalen Green or Obi Toppin, some of these guys who are very good players. Matt McClung doesn't even play in the NBA at all. But it'll still be good. It just won't be as good. Like, I know I will be old here, and that's fine. I don't mind being old. But it was electric when you had Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins, even Spud Webb was crazy. Like, two of the best dunkers in the game, like, going head to head, back and forth. There's just there's a next level type of competition when you have the stars. Even if you look back and you say, okay, these dunks aren't the same, like, forget about it. There's something special about seeing superstars really go at it. The NBA will have All-Star Weekend, and it will be entertaining, and someone will jump over a car, and Mac McClung will get his flowers for a week. But there is something really special about even the potential of two superstars, be it in the slam dunk contest or be it in the home run derby, going head-to-head. It's one of those things we were talking about earlier where you can't really quantify it. You just want to see the stars at their very best. And so while it'll still be entertaining no matter what, it's still an exhibition. It'll still be fun. It will be lacking if you don't have the best of the best on the field.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just feel like it's an interesting question. If you had your druthers and you got to watch the best in basketball this year do a dunk contest, or the best in baseball do a home run contest, which would you pick? Because for me, I think it would be the basketball route.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'd go basketball. I'd love to see actual superstars go at it, like try to beat one another, as opposed to what it is now, which is, hey, these guys are probably not top-line starters. Maybe you have one, but they can dunk. It's like, cool. The superstars can dunk too. Like, isn't it? This is a perfect example. Maybe it's not the best example, but you could have two guys going down the court doing the exact same dunk, right? Like in the NBA. But when it's a megastar, like if it's LeBron or if it's Ant Edwards, whoever it is, when they throw it down, isn't there just a little more flair and a little bit more fun to it? Like, oh, like not only is this a great dunk, it's this guy doing it. Because normally he doesn't do that. Like, I remember Steph Curry dunked one time. They're like, we haven't seen Steph dunk in like 3 years. It's amazing. He's like, it's the last time I'll ever do it. Like, even then, it's like, oh, my God, there's just something about it that's, you know, it's hard to measure. So I think that's where I would go. I think that's the one thing that is different. Like, you can hit a long home run in Major League Baseball, and it'll be some dude, and you'll be like, whoa. But then when Aaron Judge does it, you're like, dude, that's what Aaron Judge does. You know, it's hard to measure that, but there is something special about it when you see a star do something like that.
Yeah, the sound's different off the bat. But all that being said, I think I would rather see like Anthony Edwards in the dunk contest as opposed to like Aaron Judge in the home run derby. Because here's the other thing, like we see a lot of home runs from Aaron Judge in regular games. And sometimes it's not the same because it's, you know, some pitching coach pitching to them. So when we do our home run derby handicaps, please remember that pitching matters. And we have seen this over the years. Who is it? Bryce Harper's dad that I feel like let him down on the pitching aspect of this. So we do have some contestants for the aforementioned home run derby next Monday. It's going to be Big Dumper, Cal Raleigh of the Mariners, which I'm glad he's doing it. James Wood, the local guy from DC. And then we have Ronald Acuna Jr., which is surprising because he's coming off an injury, but he's having an incredible season. And also this game's going to be in Atlanta, or this home run derby, I should say. All-Star Weekend is in Atlanta, so you have to have a hometown guy. So, Jenks, who else would you add to this list if you could pick anybody in Major League Baseball?
Oh, man. I would add, wouldn't you love to see Shohei in this thing? That'd be unbelievable. When you want to see Aaron Judge in this thing, that'd be I'd like to see Jack Caglione in this thing. Why not? I mean, I know he's only hit like 2 home runs this year, and he's, you know, struggling to make the transition for the Royals, but he might be fun. Like, that would be cool because of maybe the potential. And then you have sort of the best of both worlds, right? You have superstar, this guy who can absolutely crush the baseball, who could be a star at some point. You know, Vladdy Jr. is a good one. Pete Crow Armstrong is a good one. But having Shohei there would take it to the next level. Just anytime he's on the baseball diamond, it's already electric. So to see him out there hitting home runs would be awesome.
Even though I feel like his reactions are so muted that it would just be like, I don't know, he'd hit like a 469-foot home run. It's just like, well, another day for Shohei. Because you kind of want to see the reactions. It's surprising to me that we don't have Pete Alonso in the Derby this year. He has been a fixture in the home run derby, and we know he takes it very seriously. I honestly feel like it's the mental toll on him, and that he has taken this so intensely seriously over the past few years. And when he doesn't win, like, it has to be severely disappointing. Like, I still have the image burned in my brain of the year that he was deadlifting weights in between, like, sessions at the home run derby. And they have like the camera close up on his face and he just looks so intense. Like, bro, just have some fun. So he's not doing it this year, which is a departure from previous years. But you'd think like more of the younger guys would want to do this. And I think as far as guys that I would want to see do it, obviously the obvious ones, Aaron Judge, Shohei, but maybe look at the guys who hit the longest home runs, because that's what you want to see, right? The tape measure shots. Mike Trout, if he was healthy, has the longest home run in all of baseball this year. Hit a 484-foot bomb this year against San Francisco with 115 mile an hour off the bat speed, or the launch angle, or whatever the nerds are saying these days. Byron Buxton's hit some long ones. He's number 2 on that list at 479. Some guys that maybe would surprise you. Denzel Clark of the A's hit one 471. But I think that's what you want to see. It's not the number of home runs. You want to see the tape measure shots.
Sorry.
Oh, I think Jenks is sneezing.
I agree with you. You want to see the tape measure shots. I agree. And yet, when you say, oh, Mike Trout hit the long, it's like, yeah, I would love to see Mike Trout. That'd be amazing. Mike Trout, a superstar, hitting a bomb. Yeah, it'd be amazing. Remember when Bryce Harper had his dad pitching to him, and it was electric, and I don't even like Bryce. But that year was so awesome. He was just hitting bombs, and his dad was pitching to him, and it had a whole narrative to it. And you're talking about a superstar. So it's just a different level type of competition. But he would be great. We should have more than 3 guys.
I mean, I would imagine they fill out the roster. Like, I don't think it's only going to be 3, because what's the format now? It's like March Madness style, where they have like all these brackets. I think they are changing it this year, and I need to double check the format. Maybe some of this is dependent on how many guys actually play in the home run derby. But let me ask you this. Since Cal Raleigh is competing in the home run derby, which we've seen this, kind of disappointing trend where guys compete in the home run derby and then their numbers start to tank a little bit after the All-Star break. And some of it makes sense because obviously you don't get a break, and the home run derby can be pretty physically taxing. So when you see Cal Raleigh in the home run derby and Aaron Judge is not, does this make you lean towards taking Aaron Judge to lead the majors in home runs?
I believe that the home run derby has nothing to do with this, honestly. I think it's a very convenient excuse, and maybe it's a mental thing. But how many times, just put home run hitters aside for a second. Like, think about how many baseball players have a great first half of the season and then maybe struggle in the second half, or vice versa. Or you take Aaron Judge into account, that he's done this time and time and time again, and Cal Raleigh has not. Aaron Judge has done this for a full season, multiple seasons. Cal Raleigh has not. So I look at it that if it doesn't happen, it's not because one guy or the other competed in the home run derby and another guy didn't. It's just that there are 2 halves to seasons, and we see this all with pitchers, same way. You'll see a guy in the second half of the season who's struggling, and all of a sudden he just puts it together, and all of a sudden he's just like absolutely just, not mashing, but just absolutely just crushing on the mound. And then just the opposite. A guy was great in the first half, like, oh, man, really struggled. ERA of over 6 in the second half of the season. So I think maybe it's a mental thing. Sure, it's nice to have the break. There's no question. And, yes, you do swing a lot. But I also think that it's just a built-in excuse for, I don't want to mess up my second half of the season, when ultimately we see second halves all of the time that are different than the first half for plenty of guys who have nothing to do with the Derby.
Right, and especially if you are, physically very well built, which is me trying to find a PG way to say Big Dumper is very big on the bottom half of him. He's muscular, you know, so I feel like all these swings are not going to hurt him the way that like some other guys may take, feel, the weight of all this, because he is physically very fit. He is a catcher. Somebody, I believe, God, I need to double check that. Yeah, he's a catcher. So he's used to physically exerting himself every single start. So I don't think I'm super worried for Cal Raleigh. And I do think from a baseball overall standpoint, it's good that he's getting his name out there, because if you're looking at the home run leaders, he is nowhere in the stratosphere of name recognition still as Aaron Judge. Even though he has the coolest nickname in all of baseball, which is Big Dumper, people still don't know. So I feel like this is a great stage and a great spotlight to get his name more out there.
Yeah, I hope he takes this run till the end of the season. I hope he pushes Aaron Judge, and I hope they go back and forth, and I hope it's one of those storylines that we follow until the end of the year. And one of the reasons it is so exciting is that you have someone who has not been a household name going up against one of the biggest superstars in the sport, going head-to-head. So I hope it continues far past the Derby and onto the second half. It's great for the sport.
Yeah, and who doesn't want to say big dumper all the time?
There you go.
Right. Coming up next, more baseball. We'll give you our daily baseball bets. That's after the break here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Okay, I'm not, yeah.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
And we are back. It is Monday, July the 7th. We have a nice little slate to bet on today. And listen, folks, the days are coming when it's All-Star Weekend and we have 0 baseball games to bet on. So get your bets in while you can. All right, Jenks. So I was trying to figure out how to frame this because I saw this tweet and I thought it was interesting, but it had some vulgar terminology that I don't think that I can use on the air. So what somebody did is they split open a hot dog and they filled it with hamburger meat. I don't know what you would call this, a hot dog burger, a burger dog, but they slapped a slice of cheese on it and then they put it in a bun. Would you eat a hot dog burger?
Sure. I'd call it by its real name, but I would eat it. I'm not going to do it. I mean, you can. Fine, I won't. I'll just say this. Yeah, this is so ridiculous. All you have to do is, the funny thing about this, you don't have to slice this in a certain way. You don't have to prepare this in this way to enjoy a hot dog and a burger, even if it's just the meat at the same time. Do you know what I mean? If you want to cut up slices and eat them at the same time, you can do that. You don't have to go to all this trouble just to eat these at the same time. You can absolutely do this. It's just meat.
Yeah. I don't know. I do admire the creativity because isn't this one of the biggest conundrums of going to cookouts? It's like, do I get a hot dog or do I get a hamburger? Do I get both? Do I look extremely greedy? This way you don't have to. So like if you serve this at your cookout, people are like, oh, I don't have to choose. But my question is, what type of bun do you use for this? Do you go hot dog bun? Do you go hamburger bun? Do you try to find something in between? Maybe a hoagie bun? What do you use?
This is going to be a nightmare with a bun. Here's the thing. As you can already see, as soon as you bite into this, because they're already starting to separate on the grill, what's going to happen is you're going to bite into this and you're going to have part of that wiener just like pop up out of the bun and like hit you in the face. And then you're going to have like that, I was going to say it, you're going to have this hot dog burger grease on your face and it's going to get even grosser. So be careful. If it's already popping, it's already popping apart on the grill, God bless, then it's going to get worse once you bite into it because clearly this is not sustainable. You're just going to eat it and it's going to be fine. It's going to come apart.
That's a visual that everybody wanted to think about. It 6:23 or 7:23 a.m. The burger popping off and the hot dog hitting you in the face. But you know what? Sometimes that's the risk you take when you eat a hot dog. You got to be prepared for the circumstances.
It's not a hot dog. I mean,
a hot dog burger.
Yeah. I'm just saying, a regular hot dog, you don't run this risk. Hot dog burger?
Maybe you do.
I mean, I guess that'd be one hell of a hot dog that you're eating. Like you take a bite and all of a sudden the wiener smacks you in the face. Like, well, what kind of hot dog? You eat this? That's happening.
Oh, man. All right, the sound bites that are coming, I hope they don't use this in the promos. So what type of condiments do you put on? Do you go ketchup and mustard? Do you go relish? I am a very simple gal. I go ketchup, mustard only. I don't do any of that relish nonsense. Sometimes I'll do barbecue sauce on a burger, but as far as a hot dog burger, I think I do ketchup and mustard.
I think the primary consideration here is not to eat this in front of anyone. And if you're eating it privately, people are like, oh, what a freak. You really can't win here. I'm not doing this. So whatever condiment you want to use, you maybe just turn away and you say, I'll take a bite and see how this goes. Knock yourself out. I feel like now that you've crossed the threshold, nobody can say, oh, you should have relish on that thing. You should have mayonnaise on there. Like at this point, just make sure you finish the job.
I think this is one of those foods that they should serve at like job interviews to like test the candidates and like see how they respond if they get hit in the face.
Isn't that the French onion soup trick? Haven't you read about that? Because a French onion soup is so difficult to consume because, of course, there's just so much to it and there's the cheese everywhere. It could be a mess. I've read that. Is this an urban legend where they'll be like, oh, you have to try the French onion soup, and then you get pressured into it and they're like, how is this person going to conduct himself consuming French onion soup, which can be all over the place, is super messy while also trying to answer our questions. And if you can manage that, then you can manage anything. I feel like I've heard that before.
I have heard like the food thing mentioned for interviews, but I haven't heard the French onion one. Like, what else would be in the mix? Like spaghetti? I feel like that would be a difficult one.
You got to try these. You got to try this burger inside a hot dog. Give it a hey, put it on a bun. You're our number one candidate. This would be right up there. Look at this. Try to consume this. In fact, you know what? Don't get the bun. Just hold it and eat it. Okay. I really want this job. I feel like this is trending in a wrong direction.
Sounds like we'll have to get the casting couch back out from your home set.
Yeah. Like, do you like Burgussies? Whatever you would say this. I don't know.
There it is.
There it is.
All right.
Come on. You could say a lot worse than that. I've heard a lot worse on radio. That's what it's called. There you go.
Yeah, we plead innocence. We didn't know. And on that note, maybe we should move on to what's going on in baseball. I should do a quick mention of the Nationals cleaning house. Over the weekend, or just yesterday afternoon, the Nationals announced that they fired both Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez. The timing does seem very weird, but next week, Davey Martinez was up for an extension that he could have gotten picked up, or as an option, I should say. So if they didn't pick up the option, which obviously they didn't want to, he would be pretty much a lame duck manager for the rest of the season. But the MLB draft is coming up in a week, and the Nationals do have the first overall pick in the MLB draft. We will have a guest coming on next segment, Al Galdi, of the Nats Chat podcast, to break down everything it means for the Nationals as a franchise. All right, Jenks, so we do have some games to bet on today, and let's start in Detroit. The Tigers and the Rays, Shane Baz facing off with Jack Flaherty today. Detroit actually plus money in this situation. Tampa Bay minus 135. As much as I feel like Jack Flaherty has good stuff, I think it's almost impressive that he's 5-9 despite playing on one of the best teams in all of baseball. It has been a season to forget for Jack Flaherty, a 4.84 ERA, and that's probably why you're getting plus money on Detroit. Can I interest you in the Tigers at plus money, or is it Tampa Bay here, or a total for you?
I think I'd go with the Tigers here. I mean, Shane Baz has been good, and Jack Flaherty has struggled compared to what we expected from him this season. But, you know, just like I like Tampa, I think Tampa is an underrated value play, but it depends obviously on their opponent. I feel like here, if you can get the Tigers at plus money, a team this good for a guy that does have good stuff, I think the Tigers at plus money probably a good call.
I feel like this one looks like a coin flip to me. And obviously, if something's a coin flip, you go for the plus money. But I will say maybe I am having some bias against the Rays, because I think a lot of people see this. They see, Tampa Bay, and they're like, oh, Tampa Bay, whatever. Detroit's one of the best teams in all of baseball. But in this situation, Tampa Bay's pretty good. As favorites this year, 27-18. On the road, they actually have a better record than they do at home. 21-16 this year away from Tampa, where, they play at the Yankees spring training facility. As far as Detroit goes, as underdogs this year, they have not been that great, but 13-14, so not terrible. So it's one of those that I think is going to get left on the cutting room floor to me. I am not somebody who wants to trust Jack Flaherty with the numbers that he has put up this season. All right, so as far as games that kind of caught my attention, we talk about the circle of trust all the time. One of the main guys in the circle of trust is Jacob deGrom. He's starting today for the Rangers, who are facing off with the Angels. Texas minus 150. I think that number has climbed a little bit. Jacob deGrom 9-2 this season, an all-star with a 2.13 ERA. Kikuchi, who's pitching for the Angels, an all-star as well, despite being 3-6. He does have an ERA under 3. Total of 7.5 in this one. I suppose you could go a total here, or you could pick a side. Jenks, is Jacob deGrom in the circle of trust, and are you trusting him today?
I think I'm going to go with the first 5 under. You can get a first 5 under 4 for minus 118. Like, that's a great play. And Kikuchi, by the way, at home is spectacular. At least he has been. 8 starts this season, 3-1, a 1.12 ERA. We already know the Rangers are the worst team. Well, the worst over team. They're the best under team in baseball. So I think you back these two arms early on. I get a little nervous when it comes to the Angels bullpen. I like the full game under as well, set at 7 and a hook. Maybe you want to play it up to 8. I think ultimately you just go first 5 under 4. If you want to back DeGrom, then that's not a bad play. But I will say Kikuchi is sneaky underrated at home. And so, it could be 1-0 Angels and DeGrom could still be pitching out of his mind. So I like the first 5 under.
Yeah, I think I would lean towards the first 5 under as opposed to a full game under because I don't really want to trust the Angels bullpen. And, I know overall the Rangers have been one of the hottest teams the under, but again, the Angels can give up some runs. So I do think the first 5 under as far as totals go. And I would side towards the Rangers here, even though I think this price is climbing very steadily. So if you can get a minus 150 still, great. If you can get something like that in the first 5, even better. But I do like the Rangers and the first 5 under in that one. That one's probably going to make the card for me. How about this one? Christopher Sanchez goes for the Phillies today. 7-2 this year with a 2.68 ERA on the road at the Giants. Philly minus 145 on the money line. San Francisco, if you're interested, is plus 120. Landon Rupp goes for the Giants. He is 6-5 with a 3.48 ERA, a total of 7 in this one, which I will admit was the first thing that I thought of was a total. So I do think the under is worth a look, but the Phillies are hard not to back, when you have Sanchez going. Because I know people talk about Ranger Suarez and Zach Wheeler. Christopher Sanchez has been right up there as well as far as great pitchers leading their staffs and has had a great season.
Yeah, he probably should have made the All-Star team, honestly.
Yeah.
With the way that he's pitched this season. If you talk about snubs, Christopher Sanchez is probably right there. I know that Zach Wheeler will get get all the headlines, and I understand that. But Sanchez has been awesome this year. Also, if you look at, I think full game under is probably the way to go. So you're talking about a pitcher's park in San Francisco. And also look at the totals from when Christopher Sanchez pitches. 5-1, 2-1, 2-1, 3-2, 2-1. Like, those are his last 5 outings on the mound for Philadelphia. Like, it's just one low-scoring game after the other because he continues to pitch so very well, and he's gotten better. Like, that's the thing. If you look at him throughout the season, he's gotten better as the season has gone on. Like, he's really gotten into a groove. So I know it's a low total at 7, but I think I would go full game under.
I think I would as well. The Phillies 5 straight unders when Sanchez is on the mound. And here's the thing, like normally he'll go more than 5 innings. So there's a little added value in there. And plus the Giants are just not one of the best hitting teams in all of baseball. It feels like that's been kind of their downfall. And especially when you're going to a pitcher-friendly park in San Francisco, maybe Landon Rupp, you feel a little bit nervous with him going against these Phillies bats. But, the Philly offense, especially away from home, has not been nearly as good as they are when in Philly. Because in Philly, they're a top 5 offense. On the road, they're very middling as far as OPS and all of their team numbers go. So I think the under is worth a look, and also would lean towards the Phillies at minus 145, because I do like that. All right, Jenks, free roll. Is there a game that we haven't mentioned that you like today?
I can't decide if I'm going to bet it, but I do kind of like Pirates Royals under 8.5. I feel like this should be 8. You can play it under 9 at minus 145. Now, here's the thing. Andrew Heaney does have blow-up potential. He does. But also, he's taken on the Royals. And last time out, Heaney was very good against the Cardinals. Shut them out. 6 2/3 innings of shutout baseball. And then Noah Cameron has been really good for Kansas City. I will say he just doesn't get the support that he needs, the run support, which is not really surprising. The Royals have won 6 straight, or lost 6 straight, I should say, when Cameron is on the hill. And when you look at the totals from throughout the season, Royals, 2nd best under team in baseball. The Pirates, 7th best under team in baseball. I feel like this total is too high. I'd hit the under.
Yeah, here's a case for the under. The Pirates didn't score a single run over the weekend. Not one run. That's almost impressive. Like, to not score a single run over an entire weekend. Like, I understand some credit must be given to the Mariners pitchers, but this has to be demoralizing. Like, imagine being a Pirates fan and you watch, like, some of these games over the weekend. You didn't get to see a single run scored. Not one. It had to feel like you were, like, watching soccer. You're like, oh, my God, they're never going to score, are they? So tough times for Pirates fans. Like you said, Andrew Heaney is a little hit or miss sometimes. but I don't really trust either of these offenses. So I'd side with you towards the under there. And in no way am I trusting the Pirates until they break out of this slump, which it feels like has gone on for the entire season. The Pirates are one of those teams that are squarely out of the circle of trust. Even on days when Paul Skeens is pitching, they can't score. They are a bad team. So I won't be trusting them. All right, coming up next, time to break down everything that's going on in D.C. for the Nationals. The Nats have fired their manager, their GM, what it means for the franchise moving forward, and especially with the draft looming, that's coming up next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, so the big news yesterday in Major League Baseball was the cleaning of the house of the Washington Nationals. The Nats announced that they have let go of Mike Rizzo, their GM, and also their manager, Davey Martinez, who was a long-tenured manager for the Nationals, won a World Series championship, brought a lot to D.C. So in a few minutes, we're going to bring in Al Galdi of the Nats Chat podcast to break down what it means for the franchise and if the Nats can ever get back to that level of hoisting, the World Series trophy. So, Jenks, it feels like it wasn't that long ago that the Nationals were, winning the World Series. Yeah. Did you think the fall would be, I don't want to say like this quick. Like sometimes we see this with teams who win championships, and obviously it is difficult to keep the pieces in order, and just winning a championship in anything is hard. But did you expect, them to be here, that many years removed from winning a World Series?
No, I didn't. And I think that's probably being naive on my part. I think I got caught up in the idea and the hysteria of, okay, this team has won a world championship. And this is me sort of speaking to the ownership group. Can't you see how amazing this is, how good this is for the city, how obviously incredible it is for the franchise? Maybe we're going to turn over things now to a new era where this ownership group is willing to spend the money because now they see the benefits that come with building what is a championship franchise. And instead, if you take a step back and look at sort of the macro view of this franchise, it's sort of, they caught lightning in a bottle that one year, and it was amazing. And then they just kind of let everyone go with the exception of maybe a couple of players. They signed Patrick Corbin to a monster deal. I mean, they just haven't put in the resources and haven't put in the support that you have to continue to compete year in and year out. But I think it got fooled by that championship year.
Yeah, I think it is difficult. And I think you're right. Like a lot of things went in their favor. Like Steven Strasburg was so good when he was at his peak. But we know he was somebody who struggled to stay healthy. And then you see what Patrick Corbin, like, I don't think any of us would have predicted how bad he would become over the next few years because he was good. I think people forget how good he was during that stretch. And there is a reason that the Nationals paid him all of that money. So it's sad to see, but, changes are coming to the Nationals, and it started yesterday. All right, so let's bring in Al Galdi of the Nat Chat podcast to talk all things Nationals. So, Al, let me start off by asking you, I think some people were kind of surprised to see this news yesterday. Were you surprised?
Well, certainly surprised by the timing. The timing was odd. The anticipation has been that this kind of change could happen, but that it likely wasn't going to happen until after the end of the Nats season. The way that the Lerner ownership group has operated is that it sort of waits until the very last minute to make decisions on things and isn't usually proactive. This was sort of an out of nowhere, massive seismic shift in the course of the franchise, the likes of which we really haven't had. I mean, the Nats had not had an in-season firing of a manager since firing Manny Acta in July 2009. It had been that long since the team actually fired a manager in season. So that stood out. And when you talk about getting rid of your general manager, I mean, just generally speaking, that's not something that happens mid-season. Usually that's something that happens at the end of the season, to say nothing of the fact that this team is the number one overall pick in an MLB draft that gets going this coming Sunday night. So that this happened wasn't shocking. I think the timing of it definitely was shocking.
So, Al, that begs the question, how much does this possibly impede what we see from the Nationals on Sunday? I mean, they have the number one overall pick in the draft, as we know, and the timing seems so specious that it makes you wonder if they have an actual plan in place.
Yeah, well, the interim general manager is a guy who's been in the organization for a while, Mike DeBartolo. I think the question would be, do the Nats already know, did they already know what they were going to do with that number one overall pick, or was there still debate? In other words, it could be the case that Mike Rizzo's decision was made and that firing him doesn't change anything. It also could be that things were still up in the air and now there's, chaos behind the scenes with the Nats. But, there's a lot going on here, right? So you mentioned what has been happening with the Lerner ownership group. This is an ownership group that a few years ago made it public that it was looking to sell the team. Then 2 years later said it was no longer looking to sell the team. But I think, as we all know, that's a toothpaste that you can't put back in the tube. Once you say that you're interested in selling, it's hard to believe that you're no longer interested in selling. And so for years now, there's been this question of how in truly is this ownership group on owning this team, and the spending certainly would suggest that the ownership group is not all that in. When we talk about spending, it's not just about players, too. It's about infrastructure, and that's been a real issue for the Nats for years. Even when the team was good, the team was never known to spend big on infrastructure. And in the current world of MLB, where you have this information arms race when it comes to analytics and sports science, if you're not spending on infrastructure, you're falling behind. And the Nats, in my opinion, have been falling behind for years in those regards. So there's that's a big part of all of this. But then there also is the aspect of this that does fall on Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez. Mike Rizzo has a very mixed legacy in D.C. When it came to trades, he was masterful. When it came to drafting, he really struggled. And the number one reason that the Nats are in the position they're in the midst of now what will be a sixth consecutive losing regular season, is that their drafting has been abysmal for way too long. And that does fall on Mike Rizzo. You know, there's only so much of this that you can say isn't on him. The Nats have not connected truly on a first-round pick since Anthony Rendon in 2011. Now, there are some recent first-round picks that maybe are going to pan out, but that is a brutal reality that you haven't hit truly on a first-round pick since 2011, and we're now in 2025. And when it comes to Davey Martinez, the Nats have had a really hard time developing players. The Nats have seen way too many guys get worse and not better, and I think you do have to put at least some of that on Davey Martinez and his coaching staff. So to me, there's plenty of blame to go around. I think there's a very compelling argument that Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez deserve to be fired, but I think you also have to say this ownership thing looms over all of this, and so firing Mike and Davey doesn't necessarily make everything better.
Yeah, so where do the Nationals go from here? Do you think that there is any silver lining in this? Do you think there is, maybe something good that comes out of saying, hey, we have a bunch of really young guys that look like they have really high-end potential. Maybe somebody else can come in and do better than, say, Dylan Cruz hitting, 196? I know he's hurt right now, but still, like you mentioned, there's a lot of young guys that need some developing. Do you think there is a way that the Nationals get better after this?
I think there could be a way. I mean, what would have to happen is this. So you do have three young guys who were acquired in the Juan Soto trade who are all having really good seasons. James Wood, C.J. Abrams, and Mackenzie Gore. And that's a nice nucleus right there. The problem is that beyond those three, there just isn't that much right now. Now, the hope would be that Dylan Cruz comes around, Brady House comes around. Josiah Gray, a promising young starting pitcher, he's out due to elbow surgery. Hopefully will be back later this year. So there are some pieces with which to work, but there aren't enough of those pieces. And, baseball, as we know, it's not like the NBA where, it's superstar driven. Like, it really is more about depth. And they don't have much depth. And that's a big part of the problem here. So I would say if you want to be optimistic, you'd say, okay, Wood and Gore are having really good seasons. Abrams, too. There's great irony in what happened yesterday. Gore and Abrams get announced to the All-Star team, and then not long after that, like an hour or so after that, the Nats make this major announcement of Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez having been fired. That announcement completely buried the very good news of James Wood and Mackenzie Gore making the All-Star team. But what needs to happen, and I don't know that this will, because, again, this comes down to ownership spending, but what needs to happen is ownership needs to hire a young, rising, analytically inclined head of baseball operations and needs to empower him to beef up staffing, to get the necessary tools, and to make this a first-class organization when it comes to the way things are done in MLB in 2025. And I just don't have great faith that ownership is going to do that. I think you also have to wonder, if you are a rising MLB executive, why would you come to work for this team right now, given the ownership questions? We in Washington have had this great resurgence of the NFL team, the Washington Commanders. The Commanders tore down their football operations, and in January 2024, gobbled up the number one head of football operations candidate available in Adam Peters. Why? They were an attractive destination. They made themselves appealing to the number one head of football ops candidate in the NFL that offseason. Whoever the equivalent of Adam Peters in 2024 is in MLB right now, you have to ask yourself, why would he or she come to work for this club given the state of things with ownership and the lack of spending? So that's the concern. But if you can get your hands on someone like that, that's the direction I think you need to go.
Yeah, and I would say in the meantime, at least you can still watch James Wood, because what a story and what a highlight reel we've gotten from him this year. 5th in the majors, I believe, in RBI. He is Al Galdi, host of the Nats Chat podcast, and we want to thank him for his time. Al, thanks for stopping by.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, Jenks, let me ask you, does it soften the blow of, if you're a multi-team city, does it soften the blow if one of your teams has a really high ceiling like the Commanders do now when you see the national struggle?
It helps, but I think also, there are some people, and I think you would qualify, who are huge baseball fans. I mean, I'm a baseball fan, but there are some people whose primary passion is baseball. And when you live in the nation's capital and you see a team that at one time was at the pinnacle, like I said, I kind of got caught up in thinking, okay, this is going to be the turning of the tide. Ownership is going to go all in on providing, the fiscal, support and the employee support that it takes to run a successful franchise like Al was talking about, be it someone who specializes in analytics, whatever it's going to be. And it just hasn't happened. So I think what's frustrating is that it helps to have other teams in the area that are doing well, but it's all there for the taking. Like the Nationals have everything they need in place to be a successful franchise. But as we've seen across all sports, if you don't have an ownership group that is committed to doing that, it really doesn't matter if you have all the tools in place. If they're not going to spend the money, they're not going to spend the money.
Right, and it's not like DC is a small market or even a mid-market. It is a big market, so they should be spending accordingly. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and we start with a little MVP Monday. Who had the best weekend of them all? That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's do it. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great Monday. Appreciate you waking up with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, we'll debate who won the weekend and then talk about the meme that had everyone debating this weekend, which was, would you rather have Jalen Hurts or Cam Newton as your quarterback? Then in 20 minutes, we've got to head to the All England Club and get some analysis of Wimbledon as we bring in our good friend Pam Maldonado from ESPN. Best bets come your way at 8:40. And welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. You can stream us on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Whew, man, I gotta say, getting back into the work week after 4 days off, I just realized I caught myself like mid-intro there being like, yeah, here it is. Back at it again. Back on the grind.
Back.
It'll be great. We've got some good candidates for our MVP Monday, and we'll debate this whole Jalen Hurts, Cam Newton thing. But the longer time you have off, I feel like the harder it is to get back in the mix. I think you implied as much or said as much at the top of the show.
Oh, absolutely. I was like, am I going to remember how to speak correctly? Because when you did that intro, you were like, the big decision that people are pondering between. I was like, yeah, a hot dog or a hamburger. That's the big question, right?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Cam Newton or Jalen Hurts. So in that scenario, who's the hot dog? Is it Cam Newton?
Oh, God. It's that time of year. Forget the comparison as quarterbacks. Which one would be the hot dog in this scenario? Probably Jalen Hurts. I feel like.
Really?
Yeah, well, I'd love to hear your reasoning.
Well, my very scientific analysis is that I think hot dogs are on a slightly lower level. Like, they can deliver a good punch, once in a blue moon. But, it's not an everyday food. I can eat cheeseburgers, several times a week.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you look at the stats, not to give away too much of our discussion, is that Cam Newton had, an incredible season. He had one really, really good season in which he won MVP, but lost in the Super Bowl. Some of his other seasons were pretty good, but as far as longevity, it just wasn't really there as much. I'm not saying that Jalen Hurts has the longevity, but if we're comparing, them to hot dogs and cheeseburgers, I think Jalen Hurts has more the staying power of a cheeseburger as opposed to Cam Newton, who I feel like is a hot dog.
Well, I thought you said Jalen Hurts is a hot dog. I'm all over the place.
Oh.
I was just going with just pure physical, girth. Yeah, that sounds great.
Oh,
Jesus. For the love of God.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. It's a Monday. I'm just saying, Cam Newton was known for being such a physical runner, right? He would just punish people, but like a linebacker. So I was like, girth-wise, or, I'm going with whatever. Depends on how you measure girth, I guess.
Pivot.
Okay, let's pivot. Well, we're talking, Joey Chestnut knows all about this. 70 and a half hot dogs at Nathan's on July 4th. Just one of the candidates as we decide who won the weekend. Do we have an intro for MVP Monday?
Sounder.
I guess we don't.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP. MVP.
And for that, thank God, someone else to come in here and just kind of break things up a little bit, kind of give a little space. Denton, good morning.
The suits are never going to give us a day off again. We're working 7 days the rest of the year. All right, we had a great weekend. It extended a little bit to Friday with the 4th of July weekend, so we got a bunch of great nominees. We're talking hot dogs. We're talking vegan hot dogs. We're starting with Joey Chestnut.
But here he stands, quiet of talking, still of motion, content of wearing. Shy of a god, perhaps, but more than a man. With 70.5 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes, the Nathan's famous 4th of July champion of the world, Joey Chestnut!
Shy of a god, but more of a man. I'm not going to dunk on anyone's religion, but if you're worshiping Joey Chestnut as a god, I think your religion, the doctrine might be a little off. But he is still nominee number 1 for MVP Monday. We are going to the diamond next. Mets Pete Alonso, first baseman. He had a fantastic weekend.
Fly ball right field, well hit. Judge going back near the wall. It's out of here! Pete Alonso goes the other way with a 2-run homer. And Alonso cracks one deep left field. Forget that. That is way out of here. Pete Alonso with his second of the day, a 3-run shot.
Pete Alonso's Saturday against the Yankees was epic. 2 of 4, 2 homers, 5 RBI, 3 runs scored in the Mets' 12-6 win over the Yankees. He is nominee number 2. We're going to Wimbledon on the women's side for nominee number 3. Unfortunately, this goes against an American, but the nominee is Laura Siegemund. Laura Siegemund took down number 6 Madison Keys 6-3, 6-3 on July 4th. Not great for Americans, but Independence Day still reigned. And then our final nominee, back to baseball, it's Tigers pitcher Tarek Skubal.
Rodriguez, we need a base hit.
That is tipped into the glove. Strike 3. Inning over.
And he goes back to that wiffle ball changeup that he was throwing last weekend to get out of this inning, then lets out that big roar. Biggest pitch of the game, remains scoreless.
He is a constant when it comes to MVP Monday, so long as he pitches during the weekend. 7 innings pitched, 3 hits, 0 earned run, 10 Ks in the Tigers' 7-2 win over the Cleveland Guardians. And those are your nominees.
All right, Chelsea. I need a break from all this girth talk. Go ahead. Give us an MVP.
Well, you're not going to get a break because I'm going to be talking about hot dogs.
Oh.
Joey Chestnut has to be MVP of the weekend. He's not a god, but he's more than a man. His 17th championship in his last 20 tries. Listen, I understand eating hot dogs does not feel like a profession, but when you're the best in the world at something and you have this type of dominance, that type of dominance should be celebrated. Who do you think of when you think of eating hot dogs? You think of Joey Jaws Chestnut. So to see him doing this at his age, like we talk about running backs getting old, like think about eating hot dogs. You'd think at age 41, some of that would catch up to you health-wise. So I think the MVP of my weekend has to go to the most American winner of them all, and that has to be Joey Jaws Chestnut.
Yeah, I guess we're going to stick with this theme. I'm going with Joey Jaws as well. Did you know the over-under on this ridiculous display was set at 70? I walked into a 4th of July party, and my friend Bobby's like, nailed the over by a half dog. I'm like, you bet this? He's like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the 17th time Joey Jaws has won the famous mustard belt. It wasn't the same last year without him. And he admitted, hey, I'm 41. I'm slowing down. Maybe. Mm-hmm. But the second place finisher, Patrick Bottaletti, consumed 46.5 dogs. I mean, Joey Chestnut just obliterated the field. So even though he's getting older, I don't know what old is in competitive eating terms. Like, I don't know what that age is. Well, Joey's 46 now. You know what happens after 46? I don't. But he still dominates everyone. I would imagine that no one can name any other competitive eater outside of Joey Chestnut. I mean, he did it again. He's the greatest of all time. Joey Chestnut is your MVP.
Yeah, and a slight honorable mention to Mickey Sudo. Didn't she dominate as well? Like, when you think of, like, female competitive eaters, like, she tops the list. So maybe she's not on the level of Joey Chestnut, but, like, if we're talking about hot dog eating champs, Mickey Sudo deserves to be in the conversation as well.
Denton.
He gets a full sweep. He's the 17-time champ. He's the John Cena of hot dog eating contest. But I will say his agent is a little bit of a loser because he's getting up there in age. How does he not have a sponsorship with Tums or some sort of heartburn medication? I mean, the guy's pounded 70 and a half hot dogs in a 10-minute span. I would think that you might be able to hold a Tums bottle up there while you're posing with your 17th championship.
That's actually a good point.
Free millions to him right there.
Instead of a Gatorade bottle. Like, don't athletes always do that? They have like the Gatorade bottle or Powerade or whatever. Like, yes, have the Tums bottle. It seems way too fitting. Or maybe another up and coming brand. Like, is there anything else, like, as opposed to Tums? Is there anybody else in the game?
Rolaids.
I mean, how about a little bit of Gas X?
Gas X.
I know Joey needs the Gas X after it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd hate to be the bathroom. The bathroom after that day.
I'd hate to be the home, honestly. Like, any part of that home. I'd hate to be in the neighborhood, frankly. I'm just like, why are you leaving this week? Well, Joey's back. 4th of July, we always clear out for about 2 weeks, then we come back. Chelsea, so this was a meme. You hinted at this at the beginning of the show and talked a little bit about the comparison between Cam Newton, Jalen Hurts, and hot dogs and hamburgers. But the real debate, which was happening on X, was a post on the platform from Eagles Scout Room. And we've seen this before. One is a picture of Jalen Hurts walking off the field after he lost his first Super Bowl, went on to win it this season, clearly. Cam Newton was the other picture after he was walking off the field, after he lost the Super Bowl, but never went back. And so the debate rages on. Who would you rather have at quarterback, Jalen Hurts or Cam Newton?
I think the debate around this was more about the mentality than anything, because it's saying you can carry yourself this way or you can carry yourself the way that Cam Newton did after he lost the Super Bowl, which was, the towel draped over his face. He kind of act like a little bit of a petulant child. And then you see the way that Jalen Hurts carries himself, which I feel like as far as physical tools go, he is not on the level of Cam Newton. When Cam Newton was at his peak, he was unstoppable. Like, his numbers, his MVP season, as far as a runner goes, like, maybe wasn't the best thrower of the football, but like, he was dominant. And I think that's the frustrating thing about Cam Newton is that, like, his mentality, like, if he could have changed his attitude just a little bit, I feel like he left so much on the table. And you don't feel that way about Jalen Hurts, who's been put in, bad situations where, remember at Alabama, where he was like usurped as starting quarterback by Tua, and he still kept his wits about him. And it feels like no matter what the situation is, he always says the right thing. And it feels like it's almost coach speak, the way that he speaks. And at, only 26 years old, he just carries himself in a different way. So I think, from a longevity perspective, I think I want to put my investment in those type of guys as opposed to the guy that has the physical tools, but the headspace isn't there.
I would agree. I also think that the thing about debates like this, which bothers me, is twofold. Number one is, okay, I know that if you look at the totality of how Jalen Hurts acted after his Super Bowl loss and how Cam Newton acted, they were very different, but they're taking like one moment in time. Look at this picture versus this picture. It's like, okay, fine. Everyone's going to be upset after a Super Bowl loss. Okay, you lost the Super Bowl. I think the other thing that stands out to me is this is an unfair comparison. I would take Jalen Hurts for the record, but also these are two wildly different teams. Like, look at the Eagles team that Jalen Hurts was playing on this year with the best defense in the National Football League. That defensive line was dominant. Oh, by the way, he's got Saquon Barkley in the backfield. He's got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. Who in the hell was Cam Newton playing with? Seriously. People are like, yeah, they're just like, Greg Olsen? Ted Ginn Jr.? How good was that Panthers defense? If you take a look at the talent that Cam Newton was playing with, like, it's not even close to the amount of talent that Jalen Hurts gets to play with on his team. That's why, and management is better for the Eagles anyway, that's why they're back in the Super Bowl. We're back in the Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years. So I do think Jalen Hurts is the guy. But when you're saying, okay, 1 for 1 here, teams matter. and that was one year where Cam Newton just completely elevated the Panthers, where Jalen Hurts, a lot of quarterbacks would thrive in that offense.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think the Panthers were a bad team. I think they did meet a generational defense in the Super Bowl against the Broncos, and that's really what I feel like part of Cam Newton's legacy is that Super Bowl.
Yeah, it is, whether he likes it or not. There was that one play, obviously, the fumble he didn't go after, and I think that has a lot to do with it as well. It sort of plays into people's mindset, how they view him, and it's not necessarily unfair. Coming next on the show, might be a slow time of year, but not if you are a tennis fan. We got the expert you need to hear from. Pam Maldonado from ESPN joins us next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Monday. Great to have you with us. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you had a great July 4th weekend. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, get all of the analysis you need and find out the bets you should make at Wimbledon, or at least some leans, as we bring in Pam Maldonado. You know her, of course, from ESPN. Pam is stressed out right now because she got up really early to watch Wimbledon. And she's not just a betting analyst. Like, she is a fan. And as someone who I don't like getting up early. But if you're really passionate about something, that makes a difference, right? Whatever you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
How early would you get up to watch something? Or how early would you get up just to watch something that you're passionate about? Oh, I see this one coming.
It's so funny that we both work on a morning show, and yet I think both of us classify as not morning people.
Correct.
So I feel like there has been times when my own husband was pitching a morning game, and it's like a kid's game too. So there's like kids screaming. I'm like, sweetie, I'll come in the 5th inning. So if you're pitching well, you'll still be in the game. If you're not, I didn't even see it, so it's fine. So the answer is, if it's early, I'm not waking up.
Even the NFL, I love the NFL. When they have those early games, like Madrid will be different for the Commanders. I'll be working. But normally, if it's an early game, I'm like, no, I'll check the box score later. And I love the NFL. Like maybe if Texas were playing really early, then I would get up for that. But that's just about it. Like outside of the Horns, the Commanders, I'm not waking up early. I'll sleep in. I'll check the box score when I wake up.
Yeah, like I really love sleep. And again, it's very ironic that I do this job because sometimes I feel like I would sell my soul to like Satan for like 20 more minutes of sleep. I'm like, listen, you can have it. I just need 20 more minutes. I'm just going to hit the snooze a few more times. Because, when you are in that state of a very deep sleep, I don't know. You always make big plans the night before and then the alarm goes off and you're like, do I really need to go to that brunch at 8 a.m. on a weekend? No, I don't.
Do you guys know that Chelsea's a devil worshiper? Selling her soul? Wow, it's crazy. I can't believe she admitted that. Yeah,
love sleep.
That happens. Love to sleep. We got to bring her in. Pam Maldonado, you know her as a betting analyst on ESPN. You see her all over the place. I mean, if there is something to be bet, Pam is on it, and she absolutely does her research. And, Pam, this is just early vibe check. How are you? You've been up since 5 a.m., and I see you, like, trying to pay attention and being present, but also being like, what's going on in this match right now?
Yeah, I have it on my phone, the match. And Chelsea, first off, was going to brunch at 8 a.m. and nobody. I haven't been up since 5. This match started about 5:15, so I've been up since, 5:45 after the first set. And I love it. I am an early person during football season. I'm up at 4:30 on the dot, and I'm working by like 5:15. Wow. And if it's not football season, I'm still up at like 6 a.m. anyway. But aside from that, I'm obsessed with tennis. So I am that person who's so sleep deprived during the Australian Open. Do I do this for like a regular 250 event in the middle of March? No. But for the majors, these only come around once a year. So you have to get it in while you can.
Yeah, these are the big ones. So I was looking at some of the matches today, and we do have some big names going. Novak Djokovic, Jannik Sinner. So what's the match that you're excited for? Is it all of them? Are there specific ones that you're either betting on or you just really want to watch?
The match that I'm most excited about is the one that I'm watching right now. It's Cilic, Flavio Caboli. That's the one I'm most excited about because there aren't a lot of guys who have experience on tennis, and Marin Cilic is one of those players that is. Now, talking about the betting ones, the ones that you can wager on, anything Djokovic is always going to excite me, but I'm really excited also for Ben Shelton. He's the only American left in the draw, and he's going up against Lorenzo Sonego. And I think this has a really good opportunity for the American to get through and probably pretty comfortably like him at -1.5 sets because he's coming into this match with a lot more fresh legs. He's been getting through his opponents just fine with ease, maybe a couple of tie breaks, but nothing that's gone to a full 5. Whereas Sonego, he's gone through back-to-back matches, coming off a 5-setter. The other one has the match before. It was only 4 sets, but it was 3 tie breaks. Sonego has played a combined 6 tie breaks in 2 matches, and those are just mentally draining. And now you're going up against something who hasn't really been tested that far. I think totally that Shelton can win this match in 3 sets. So I'll take him at -1.5.
Pam, Carlos Alcaraz is now unbeaten in his last 22 and was tested yesterday, and maybe it wasn't his best tennis, but at the same time, he had some brilliant moments in that match that we saw where we know why he's the favorite to win this tournament. Is he going to continue this run? Can he really be toppled here?
I think you said that he wasn't his best against Andrei Rublev yesterday, still came out in 4 sets. I would say that Alcaraz hasn't played his best tennis at all in this tournament, and still the only toughest part of his draw that he's had so far is right out of the gate when he played Fabio Fognini, and that went a full 5. His serve has kind of been off. He's dropped service games, but he's been able to get back into it because his return has been so solid. His timing has been off. His rhythm has been off. His footwork has been off. He's just kind of been off, and yet he's still winning in 3 or 4 sets. So we have yet to see him really unleash on his full We've yet to see him at a full 100%. Can he fall? Absolutely. Can he beat Tenori in his next quarterfinal? I'm going to go with no. I would say that if Alcaraz does fall, it's not going to be until the final, of which he could be playing Jannik Sinner, or he could be playing Novak Djokovic, is my hope. So he's had a tough time, and he's still great, and he's still so good. He's still so good.
It almost feels like something you'd say about like Scotty Scheffler, like to give it like a golf equivalent. And maybe that's far off because obviously I don't follow tennis like you do. But I want to ask you, like, is there a bet in there somewhere? Because right now, looking at the odds, Alcaraz is +115 to win it. Sinner is +138. Novak Djokovic 4-1. So it sounds like Carlos Alcaraz is a little on a little bit of shaky ground. But would you still bet on him to win this?
For the futures, I wouldn't, only because I am on Djokovic to win. So that would mean that Djokovic would have to get through both Jannik Sinner potentially in the semifinal and then through Alcaraz in the final. I'm still under the belief that Djokovic can do it because this is grass court tennis, and the nuance of grass is really coming to play. Now, Djokovic has lost to Carlos Alcaraz in back-to-back years in Wimbledon, but back in 2023, he was up a set and a break, and then Carlos just really let loose and became an untouchable player all of a sudden, and it never let up. That went a full 5 sets. Last year, Djokovic ended up losing in straight sets, but he had just had knee surgery. He had to have a WD from Roland Garros, and so this was his first tournament back, and everything was out of sorts. So I think this is an opportunity for Djokovic to really He's literally defeated tennis. But if he wanted to add one more under his belt, I really think he could, because this is the king of grass, and I'm not ready to hand that title over to Alcaraz, which people are already dubbing him King 2.0. Can he? Absolutely. If you believe so, 125 is for sure value, because he has Jannik Sinner's number. If it is Alcaraz against Sinner in the final, he has won 5 straight matches because variety in this game wins. It has more variety, more tools in their bag, slice, drop shot, net games, their volley, everything, than Alcaraz. And some.
We're talking with Pam Maldonado. She is the betting analyst for ESPN. Follow her on X at PamelaM35. Great follow on Instagram as well. Can you sort of go over again this point that I think you were making on Instagram, I think it was, and I thought it was fascinating, about how the game has changed, where the serve and volley type of game isn't nearly as common as it used to be. Why is that, and why is it not necessarily good for the game?
I think it's two-part. I think it's there's coaches who just are not teaching that. It starts from when you're a kid. What are you learning? The coaches are teaching a baseline game, which means they are playing at the back of the line, and so you're just seeing a lot of forehands and backhands. Now, the old generation of tennis used to be the serve and volley, attack first. You want to end the points as quick and possible. Also, what's changed from that's made it more of a baseline game is all the court speeds have been slowed down. So when you get that, you're going to have longer rallies. You can't do strike first type of tennis because the court speed is not as fast and lightning as it used to be. Like, take Wimbledon, for example. This is grass and it's still fast, but back in the 90s, it was whip, 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 and then you would serve, volley, serve, volley. People would maybe call that boring. I loved it because that's how tennis should be played. Nowadays, you see 5-hour matches. Why? Because of court speed. All of them have been slowed down across the board in the ATP, and that's forcing more of a baseline game. So the players that still can do strike first tennis, those are the ones that I like to back. Alcaraz, he's probably the only player on the ATP tour who has 100 tools in his tool bag that he can utilize and execute all of them with perfection. Not anybody else really has that. And that's why you're seeing such a discrepancy with Alcaraz and the rest of the field. Throw in Sinner, because he just comes with so much brute force and power that nobody's been able to figure out how to handle his pace.
Yeah. So we were talking before you came on the show, and you said something interesting to the effect of tennis is really hard to handicap. So for the casual listener who's listening to the show and saying, oh, that sounds interesting, maybe I'll bet on it. How do you start your handicaps when it comes to betting on tennis?
Well, I said that tennis is one of the hardest to handicap because I would say that ever since COVID, 20 years, the game of tennis has changed. A lot of, no sport was greatly affected than tennis when it came to everything, because you had all of these countries that they're trying to. Tennis is worldwide. You're playing because you're playing on a hard court doesn't mean you're playing on the same hard court. No two surfaces are alike. So you're having to navigate that for one, and then two, you're having to navigate all of the shifts. What other sport do you change surface multiple times throughout the year? So you go from hard court, there's slow hard court, there's fast hard court, there's indoor hard court, which is mega fast, and then there's grass, and then there's clay. You're never having the same thing. All of these players are trying to figure out where does their skill set translate to. Only a few of them do, like Carlos Alcaraz, Jannik Sinner. Some are clay court specialists, some are grass court specialists. I think that's what makes it very difficult. In a best of 5, how I handicap these is I'm looking for who's winning the match. Who is winning the match? Let's start there, even if it's a best of 5. And then I figure out, all right, do I think they can be competitive? If I like this to potentially go full 5 sets, I'm looking at the over in games, I'm looking at the plus sets. But even then, it becomes difficult because the juice on some of this stuff is really high. So if you liked Caboli to end up winning a set, just one set, I think he's going to, if you like an underdog to win one set, that could be heavily juiced to like minus 230. So parlays are your friend in tennis. And I never say your parlays are for your friend. Ever, ever, ever. So let's caveat that. I never say parlays are your friend. In tennis, that's kind of the only way that you can find success.
Okay, so Pam, that's fascinating to hear. But I mean, I totally see the point you're trying to make. It's definitely sports specific. We got maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes here. Is there a particular bet you like today or something that you're just following we should be aware of?
This is going to be, let's call it a long shot. I like Grigor Dimitrov plus 7.5 games, and I say it's a long shot because he's going up against Jannik Sinner, and I like Sinner to win in straight sets. So you can win in straight sets, and still Dimitrov is the underdog, cover the plus 7.5 games. His game is suited for grass. He has a slice, he has the drop shot, he has a flat backhand, all of which can excel or disrupt the rhythm of Sinner. He's experienced enough on this surface to push him to a tiebreak, and as mentioned, he can still lose in straight sets and still cover. So my prediction is Jannik Sinner to win the match in 3 sets, but I'm going with Dimitrov plus 7.5 games because the juice is a heck of a lot less.
Love it. She is Pam Maldonado, betting analyst for ESPN. Follow her on X and Instagram as well. Pam, thank you for waking up early with us. Good luck in your bets, and enjoy as much as you can without the stress today's action at the All England Club.
Thanks, guys.
You bet. Good to see you. It's a good point about, I'm sure if you love parlays, you love hearing that. But it's a good point where it obviously depends on what you're betting on and the sport in general, as opposed to just applying a principle across all sports. That's one area I would like to get better at betting tennis. I'll bet it from time to time, but I just frankly am not very good at it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I have no idea. But I think the point is that value is always relative too. Like minus 230 in that instance might be quote unquote valuable as opposed to like minus 230 for, the Dodgers to beat, the Rockies, even though the juice would probably be more steep than that. So I think that's one of those things where I think on this show, like we try to stay around like minus 150, like try to stay south of that. But value is always relative. So sometimes even if something's minus 200, there is still value in it.
Well, we know for damn sure that if I bet on the Dodgers against the Rockies are going to win like 8-0 and get their, 15th one of the year or something stupid. I swear to God. Every time. I got to stop. I blame you. You talked me into it, although we were both on it. So
I was on it too. So I suffered the same fate at the hands of those dastardly Rockies.
Dastardly Rockies. God. I swear to God. I'm telling you, they're the kryptonite, so I'm staying away from those guys. Coming up next on the show. Okay. Holiday weekend has come to an end. Fine. It's tough. It's not easy. We're going to get back into the week. It's a new chance to make some money here on the show. The Dogster is here. We got all that coming up next as we wrap up Hour 3 in the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Always great to have you with us. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. 6 a.m. 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East, and happy to have you with us. Donks are coming up. Best bets on the way shortly. Oh, Joe O and Sammy P are back together on Bet Sweats. That'll be great. How are you going to ease back into the week? Cleaning up finger paints? Maybe you'll look down and say, I didn't even recognize last night that Blake had created a masterpiece.
Well, I don't know about that. We made about 17 rainbows. So if you need any paintings of rainbows, we've got you covered. I can send them your way, Jenks. Well, normally I would take a nap, but Jake's not here, my husband, to watch Blake while I would have taken a nap. So maybe I don't know, put on some Bluey or something for Blake. Cause like I am very tired. Cause I think that's the toughest part of our job is getting back on the sleep schedule. The actual job, like it's difficult, but more difficult is waking up at 3:30 a.m. when you're used to, waking up at 10 a.m. for 5 straight days? It was so nice.
Oh man. I slept till, how long did I sleep yesterday? Almost noon. It was amazing. And then the best part is when you wake up at 10, you're like, nah, I'm just going to roll back over and go back to bed for a little bit longer just because I can. I could have gotten up. I'm like, nah, I'm just going to lay here for a while. We have the same routine every Sunday where I wake up and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go work on the show. And Catherine doesn't like to, I'll let her sleep in, but she doesn't like to sleep in too long because she wants to be up when I'm up so that we can maximize our time together. So it's just like clockwork. I'm like, I'm going to get up. I'm going to work on the show, get this out of the way. So we have our Sunday together. She's like, okay. And then in 20 minutes, she's almost always up. So we did that yesterday. That was awesome. And now, last night was the whole Sunday scaries talk. We just look at each other like, okay, okay, see you tomorrow. All right, we'll figure it out. It's like clockwork. We probably need to be more grateful. We just stare at each other for okay, I guess this is happening now. But I feel like it's like a weekly occurrence.
Ah, yes. I always know when you're working on the show because I feel like you guys do the group chat when I'm in church. So I'm sitting there listening to the sermon and my phone's just lighting up. And it's all of our inside jokes about Sydney Sweeney. Meanwhile, our preacher, who can probably see my phone because I sit on the second row, is
whoa,
what is she texting about? What is that meme of Sydney Sweeney? And I will say he is a male, so he probably wants to see that meme of Sydney Sweeney. No matter what your occupation is, she is still hot.
Does he take a break mid-sermon? That'd be something. And the Lord said, and be like, hey, maybe you focus here, big guy. This is not the place for this. You're on the second row? That's remarkable. That's some serious attention span right there.
No. It's because I have to keep my mom in line. So my mom plays the piano, but she also has severe short-term memory loss. So she's great at playing the piano, but sometimes she'll ask our preacher the same question over and over. So I'm like, Mom, no. So I'm the enforcer.
The enforcer. Every church needs an enforcer. Do you get up and ever sing a little bit? You've got a nice little voice, I feel like.
I sing for the holidays, every once and again. I'll do something for Christmas, but there's not that many people that go to this church, so it is not a big deal. I think there's less than 50 people who go.
Oh, okay. That sounds, I grew up in a small town. I went to a very small church. I would say there's probably a little more than 50 people, but no more than 100. And it depends on the weekend. So I totally get that. We would always sit in the balcony. And then as I got older, I'm like, all right, I need to quit sitting up here with all of the high school kids that, are my classmates and not paying attention and, probably need to do a better job of paying attention. So I eventually made a transition, not in the second row, but at least, on the lower level there and all that stuff. Okay. Have you been going to this church for a long time?
It's been at least a year because I had to start driving my mom because she can't find it. I don't know, but we've been going for a year. And I will say this, Blake loves the kids at this church. So it has been a blessing that we get to be around those kids. And other thing is that these kids are actually well behaved. I've told you about some of the other little boys that she has play dates with, and they are absolute terrors. So it's nice for her to be, surrounded by good influences as opposed to some of the other little boys.
Wow, I'm glad to hear Blake is keeping it on the straight and narrow. Don't let those guys influence you in the wrong way, Blake. Oh, another blessing. Joe O and Sammy P back together. How about this? Reacting to the 4th of July weekend, also handing out their favorite plays in Major League Baseball today. Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live will join to talk about the Steelers at 10:40, and then John Daigle from EstablishTheRun.com is along at 11:20. Well, the one good thing about a new week is that it's a new chance for us to make some money, new chance to place a bet, so let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, where are we going?
All right, going to go with a total today in the National League. We're going to go out west to San Francisco. We're going to go under 7 between the Phillies and the Giants. Feels like a little sleepy spot on a Monday between two teams who have trended heavily to the under. If you look at the Phillies, yeah, they have a lot of power bats in that lineup, but on the road, they have far less punch than they do in Philly. This is a top 5 offense when playing at home, but when they go on the road, they're bottom 10 in just about every statistical category, 19th in baseball in WRC+. Went away from home. Then you look at the Giants, they're a bottom 10 offense any way you slice it overall in the last month. And they have to go against Christopher Sanchez, who probably should have been an all-star. He's 7-2 this year for the Phils, 2.59 ERA, and the Phillies have had 5 straight unders when Sanchez is on the mound. Exactly 1 earned run in each of his last 3 starts. Then you look at Landon Rupp, who doesn't have the step that Christopher Sanchez has, but 2 runs or fewer in each of his last 3 starts, including a couple of shutouts against the Red Sox and the White Sox. So I'm going to go under 7 between the Giants and the Phillies.
All right. I like that a lot. I will be on that as well. I'm going to take a little shot on the Astros on the money line. It's gone down a little bit, so I think it's more palatable now at minus 155, and it's just hard for me not to back Hunter Brown here, particularly at home, going up against Tanner Bibee, the Guardian. So Bibee's been solid, no question, and he has been a strikeout machine, but he's also struggled a lot on the road this season. 3-6, 5.40 ERA, got chased by the Cubs last time out. Now, the Astros certainly don't have the bats that the Cubs do, and they're pretty banged up, but they are 8-2 in their last 10. The Guardians 1-9 in their last 10. The Astros straight up at home this season have been winners, 34-12. And at home this season, Hunter Brown 4-1 with a 1.01 ERA. Overall, the Astros have won 7 consecutive starts with Brown on the hill. It should be close, but I like the Astros to win it over the full game. Astros money line minus 155.
Yeah, the Astros riding some momentum coming into this. I was kind of worried that maybe they'd be a little too excited after sweeping the Dodgers, who they hate. Jose Altuve was greeted with boos, but proceeded to hit 3 home runs in that series. But the Astros had the best record far and away over the last month. They are certainly peaking at the right time if you are betting on them today. All right, one more bet for me. I'm going to be, this is going to be a squad play for both of us. Rangers, Angels, first 5 under 4. A couple of all-star pitchers going head-to-head. One of them obviously has the name recognition a little bit more. Jacob deGrom goes for the Rangers today, and he has been fantastic so far this season. Meanwhile, Yusei Kikuchi goes for the Angels. The Angels actually, I think, have better offensive numbers than the Rangers do, but they're going against Jacob deGrom, who has a 2.13 ERA, so I think the Angels' bats will be stymied in that regard. Meanwhile, Yusei Kikuchi, despite being 3-6, has an ERA under 3 and has pretty good strikeout stuff. And the Rangers, again, are a pedestrian offense, one of the best under teams in all of baseball this year, 57-32-1. So we'll go first 5 under 4 between the Rangers and the Angels for minus 118.
Yeah, I will definitely be on that as well. Love that play. Kikuchi, deGrom. Let's get a 2-0 dub in the first 5 there. All right, guys, before we talk to the handsome gents on Bet Sweats, of course, I'm talking about Joe O and Sammy P, we have to bring in the Donkster, who is ready to go. Donkster, good morning.
God, you guys have been bearing the lead all so long.
What do you mean? I thought this was pretty good.
You led with the Nationals instead of Raguses? Oh my God, I thought you guys were journalists.
I think we got it right here, Donkster.
No, you didn't. There's nothing about the national story that is sexy or juicy. But I know what I'll be eating for the next 2 months.
Okay. This is why you're not a part of our social media segments, Donkster. Let's have a bet here.
Pirates at Royals under 8.5. Eat it with a bun.
Okay. Thank you for that. Coming up next on Bat Sweats, it's a Monday. The band's back together, and that means Sammy P and our guy Joe O. Joe, good morning.
Morning, guys. Am I out of town stupid, or should I have been shocked by the Nationals and what they did?
No, you shouldn't be. I mean, the timing just doesn't make any sense. And when you have an ownership group that isn't going to spend the money anyway, I guess we're all trying to figure out like what they're planning or if there's a plan.
The record sucks, so I get it from that standpoint. They've been bad for a while. You hang a flag, it doesn't last forever. Like, I understand that, but also, like, they have young talent, and they were resetting I don't know. But I get it if you're there and you're sick of it, and nobody really seems to care about the team, and nobody's showing up and all that. I guess from that standpoint, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could ask you about sports, or I could ask you about this. Yeah. So can we get this picture on the screen? So we had a debate today. Would you eat this? It is a hot dog that's wrapped around a burger. The name they gave it was something that I will not say on air, but would you consume a hot dog burger or a burger dog?
Is there a bun involved, or is this a no-carb option?
This was
a question. You can choose.
I would
have it your way.
No. Wait, yeah, I would try. It looks okay. The picture you show is the raw version, but I'm sure if it's there cooked, I would take a bite to give it a try.
So this picture needs to be burned digitally.
Hand
That's possible. Yeah, look at that.
Hairy hand. Like, you guys are trying to make it as repulsive as possible.
It's pretty repulsive, I have to say. So, have a great show. It's good to hear you, as always. And then with that, before we get banned by the FCC, that's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Monday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Band back together. Welcome in Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you for the next 3 hours live on the BetQ. Well, no, it's not. The BetMGM. God damn, it's been so long. The BetMGM network. Welcome on in. Maybe I should have Sammy P drive. That's what happens. It's been a week since I've seen you, Sammy. How you been?
A lot of things have happened. I don't necessarily know where to start. I know where we're going to finish at the end of the show.
Ooh.
Taxes, soccer, USA, USA, and then all the excuses that follow the USA not delivering. Mm-hmm. I think the Braves are dead, and sharp sports bettors, not only do they tell you how sharp they are, they're very upset at this new tax bill, which I know we'll talk about throughout the next couple of days.
A lot of stuff I'm not interested in talking about, but we need to talk about it because it's happening and it's important to a lot of our listeners and viewers here on the show. But yeah, it's that time of the year. There are things that are upsetting right now, so we'll get into all of that. What did you do over the last week? I had a couple shows with Kate early on in the week before the long weekend. How was your 4th and everything?
It was great. It was great to get back to Chicago. You get tugged, though, in every direction. I can only be in one place at one time. And I tried my best to satisfy everybody in terms of like very close family, my parents, everybody else's parents. Brother had a party on the 4th. I saw Mitch on Wednesday. I popped into the Score.
Wait, where? Okay.
Yeah, saw Mitch, which was great. Mitch actually convinced me that I should just go to your house in the burbs and get a raft and lay in the pool and not tell you that I was coming, and then just have like one of your kids go, "Daddy, there's a strange man laying in the pool." So I thought,
shut the shades, lock the doors.
There's a guy floating in the pool, and then you're like, "I don't know, call the cops." So it was good. But when you come to Chicago, you got to get all over town and everything, and it's a lot more exerting than I think people realize, but it's always good. I do, by the way, during Case of the Mondays, I want to talk about one of the plates I put together at a very Southside cookout, wink, wink. I was getting drilled on social media. Look at this plate. None of this stuff goes together. Culture yourself, people. Have some culture. It's my plate. It's not your plate either.
I love that. Yeah. People get mad about what you're eating. It's your food. It's what you want. I always get amused by that. When people get so mad about the music you like, the food you like, it's not for you. Shut the hell up. Don't worry about it, bub. But glad to hear you had a good time. Yeah, I made, speaking of the pool, made the mistake of I've been good because I know that I burn easily. Then I made the mistake the other morning of just, it's not that hot out. Everything's fine. I'm just going to jump in the pool real quick. And then I realize I'm out there too long. I'm like, oh, my back hurts. Oh, this is killing me right now. Going with no sunblock, no nothing, with this fair skin, that is a big mistake. So still recovering from that. You know, I want to talk about something positive to start the show because we got a lot of negativity to get to, unfortunately, and all that. We'll get to some of it. But how about the hot dog eating competition? We spent a good amount of time leading up to it. I feel like we need to backsell it a little bit, and everything that occurred, Joey Chestnut does it again. The last time I looked, it was minus 2,500 for him to win it. I'm sure it closed even higher than that. He gets it done, winning the mustard belt, I think they still call it, for the 17th time. But what I found interesting was not only Chestnut's performance, but everybody else. What did you think of the competition? One of the better betting events of the year, and I would say the best betting event since we've been gone.
One of my guys on X who I've been following for a handful of years, I'll give him his full flowers here. His name's Egg Burger. Not on his birth certificate, that's just his handle on X. And he's been capping this thing dead on for years. He didn't have a good year this year, but he figured out after the women's contest that everybody was going to struggle. Everybody except Joey Chestnut. So what he did going into the men was parlay everybody's under together. Because he watched the women's event and saw Mickey Sudo, who had 51 last year, struggle to get through 30. And nobody was eating a lot of dogs on the women's side. So he comes out of the chute and he parlays every male under, which hit. I don't know if anybody caught that, but everybody's under on the men's side of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest came through, including Joey Chestnut, whose number was as high as 71.5, and he almost got there, almost, but he did not. He texted me after, and he put it perfectly. Everybody underperformed the entire day except for Joey Chestnut. Is that not the best way to paint the picture of what happened on Friday?
That's exactly what happened. And I guess since the under hit, he sort of underperformed, but the number was inflated. I got that one correct, the under on Chestnut, wrong on Bertoletti over. But like you said, after watching the women, that's a great cap. What do you mean?
Kind of wrong on Bert. I mean, you gave out over 49.5. It got to 55.5. You moved it.
I know.
6 dogs.
I know.
The result is wrong. But it's like in a football game. When you bet the total over 52 and it closes 58 and it doesn't hit, did you really do anything wrong? I don't know. I mean, you did your job.
Bertoletti didn't do his. Come on, Bertoletti. Get with it. Yeah, that was the lead. I did notice exactly what you were talking about, that it was under everywhere, whatever number you want to talk about with Bertoletti, even the opening number. That everybody said was a bad number, including us. Like, he was way under that. Webb, Esper, Weary, like all of them. Sudo, as you mentioned, the women, everybody posted went under at the hot dog eating competition. I didn't really cap it that way. I did with Chestnut, and maybe that was a little lucky, but I just didn't think with the weather and all that. Look, we've seen it much worse on the 4th of July than what we saw this past week.
It was so funny because you and I 2 weeks ago had talked about Bertoletti over 49.5. And then when I got to Illinois and realized that I hadn't bet it yet because I'm on vacation, I'm not really focused on sitting at the screen all day and making bets and following the market because it's vacation. We need vacation.
Yes.
By the time we got to my first night in Chicago, which would have been last Tuesday, I went over to one of the apps and looked at the number, and I went, oh, it's 53.5. And then our buddy Chirizi from the 108 goes, Circa's at 55.5. And my initial response was, oh, man, I love the under. And then I didn't do anything with it, of course.
Yeah.
And by the time we get to Thursday, Friday, going into the event, I decide, well, now I'll just take Bertoletti plus 17.5, which you knew about halfway through was a loser because he's down 14 in the first 4 minutes, and you're hanging on for dear life. And you know, the guy from Circa who booked the event, Dylan Sullivan, said he's one of the most inconsistent guys of all time. Not only did he have that huge hiatus, like a 9-10 year hiatus, but he went from eating 33 to 58. And then the total gets to 55.5. And everything we talk about, everything we are on this show is going to tell us to take under 55.5. I couldn't do it. I couldn't pull it. And you had 49.5, so you had to feel good about it. But that is betting hot dogs. And I assure people, when you give them Alabama in college football or you give them Duke in college basketball and it loses, people are okay with that. You give them a hot dog loser, people are pissed. They are pissed at you.
Well, because with hot dog, that's the event. There's nothing else they really want to bet on the rest of the day. And we've got a full day of SEC football. We've got nighttime games if you lose Alabama. Like, we're okay. We can go back to the window. But, yeah, with the hot dog, It's always entertaining, but if you bet unders, man, did you look good? And I bet that the books did very, very well with every under hitting, as you mentioned, because people love to bet over. We know that with all sorts of betting, and especially when it comes to the hot dog eating competition. You referenced it, Gold Cup loser. In the weekend that we celebrate this country, we cheer against the USMNT, U.S. men's national team, and they lose to Mexico 2-1. There you go, Sam. How much did you laugh?
I didn't even know it was on, to be honest with you. I didn't. Again, it's the 18th hole of vacation. So you're back home, you're getting things done around the house, preparing for a full week of work and all that, and I'm scrolling through X. I actually had a movie on at the time, and I just logged on to X almost simultaneously, the same time that the USA scored that first goal in the 4th minute. And my feed, as I'm repopulating it, is the same old stuff. USA, USA. I believe that. I believe that we will win. And then the next 90 minutes is all excuses. We don't have the best players. Our coach isn't good. There was a handball. Pick a lane, man. Don't start the USA. We're going to win. This is ours. The gold is ours. And then you lose to Mexico. I don't care if Joe and I are on the team. Stop the cram, and then the cry, cry, cry. It is the oldest trick in the book. Celebrate the good times, complain and make excuses for the bad times. That is USA soccer on the men's side in a nutshell. Is it not?
Oh, it is. It certainly is. I found out that was happening because I turn on the YouTube TV and then you get the sports option. Okay, this is what's happening live right now. And then there was a split screen between the Sunday Night Baseball and the Gold Cup. I'm like, I'm good. I'll just turn on Sunday Night Baseball. And then the Cubs ended up beating the Cardinals' ass. But yeah, that's how I knew it was going on, because it was popping up as a suggestion. Oh, by the way, you watch a lot of sports. You might be interested in this. But I wasn't really. I was interested in the final score, but I wasn't really interested in watching the match.
I understand that some of their best players didn't lace them up for the Gold Cup. That's fine. Mm-hmm. I think that's maybe a different conversation for a different day. But you start glazing everybody when you beat Guatemala. Guatemala, 2-1. Woo! I believe that we will win. And then it's all good, and we're going to win the gold, and then you lose the gold, and wow, we didn't have any of our best guys. I don't know. It's just funny to me. I personally don't care. The fans. I can't stand the fans. Oh, we beat Saudi Arabia and Haiti, and we drew with Costa Rica and beat Guatemala. Ah! And then you lose. Oh, well, we didn't have any of our ringers. Okay, got it.
Now I'm going to have that stupid song in my head all day, because every time you do this on the show, the rest of the day, I'm walking around chanting that. And then my daughter jumps in and she's like, why were you guys doing that? Then she starts chanting it. Oh man, and what am I going to be chanting at practice tonight? I'll be doing that because we got our playoff game tomorrow. It just sticks in your head, that stupid ass chant. Oh, thank you for that so much. But yeah, USA loses in the Gold Cup game to Mexico. It's like, oh man, it happened. Okay, move on to the next thing. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. It's funny. You see it in the coverage as well. So right about that. We did have some big baseball news, and the timing of it was quite obscure. I'd say what's happening with the Washington Nationals is worth mentioning, because you have Mike Rizzo, who's there almost 19 years, and then you fire Dave Martinez. It seems confusing, the timing of it all. They're a young team. They're in on the rebuild. They have young talent they've brought up. For me on the outside, I'm like, I don't quite get the move. But I guess when you look at it more, you kind of understand, because the record stinks. They've been bad ever since winning the World Series. They're non-contenders. They're in last place still. So I get it from that point of view, but I still look at it man, Rizzo's done so well, and he's going to have another high draft pick, the number 1 pick next week, and they fire him right before that happens. The timing just seemed a bit unnecessary.
Certainly did. That's a long time that he's been there, and to get rid of him mid-season, I thought was very off-putting, but that's business, that's sports, that's how it works. I will also remind people, when we saw firings in Pittsburgh and in Colorado this year, there was that bump the next couple of weeks. So just because they fired the manager doesn't mean that the ship is going to continue to sink. Just pay attention the next couple of weeks.
Yep. They do not play today, but pay close attention. That could be a bit of a temporary bump, especially when you clean house like they did. All right. The one big, beautiful bill. It's going to impact sports betting. We'll tell you how on the other side. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. And Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out. At Joe Ostrowski on X, Sam at SB Shoot the Show, Bet Sweats, Bet_Sweats. Yeah, it's that time of the year. We go to the break and we still continue to rip the U.S. soccer. And everybody all in and making the excuses. And it was funny because you ask Gertz, like, hey, what'd your brother say about the game? He's a big fan. And like you had every box checked, every single one. Like, well, he said this. Like, oh yeah, Sam said they all said that. Oh, well, he said this. Yep, that's what they all were saying. It was funny.
Big handball. I'm a big handball guy. I love a good handball.
Handball excuses. Oh, it's funny. Not a lot funny for professional bettors going on. And the reactions were all over the board over what happened over the holiday. This is what happened. So a couple weeks ago, we talked about what Illinois did at the end of their session. This is how it goes down. Going into a long weekend, going into a holiday, stuff gets signed, and then people really don't see until, wait, what happened? When they wake up from their trip or whatever, or they get back online and see what's happening in the world. Wait, how? Why? One big, beautiful bill. There was a lot of upset bettors in the space. And this is not going to apply to everyone, but it is certainly worth talking about it on a show like this. This would start January 1st, 2026. And Sam, I'm sure I'm going to miss some stuff. I know you talk to a lot of pro bettors, and I'm sure they are irate with what was passed here in this bill. But my big takeaway is, and there are a lot of levels to this, but the big takeaway is this kills pros. This kills pro sports betting. And I saw a lot of quotes from pros over the last number of days that if this sticks, if they roll forward with this, that it's over. You can't survive if this is the taxes that you're going to have to pay. Correct me if I'm wrong. So currently, as far as the taxes go, you would deduct 90% of losses compared to 100% of gains. But in this bill, it's saying 100% of losses to 100% of gains. So what that means is you could be a break-even bettor. You could be a losing bettor, that like a high volume bettor. You could lose on the year and still owe thousands in taxes. Is that how I should be reading this?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusion around it, and I thought the most simplistic breakdown was from Ed Fang, who writes the Power Rank, which I subscribe to, and I'm sure you do as well. He does this newsletter that he sends out heading into the weekend, and he said basically, I'll read it verbatim. U.S. government passed a bill that changes how sports bettors get taxed. To show the problem, which, by the way, doesn't go into effect until next year, which you alluded to, let's suppose you win $1 million in bets and lose $1 million in bets. That's total amount over the course of a year. Under the old tax code, you have a net of zero and you owe zero. But the new bill has that 90% number. So only 90% of your losses can be subtracted from the winnings. So take the million and the million that you won and lost, that under the old rule would be a wash, And now you can only deduct the 90%. So technically, you would owe taxes on $100,000 starting 2026. So even though you didn't lose anything in terms of dollars and cents, you would owe 10% of that million just because of the new rule on deductions. And people are up in arms, and they should be. It also doesn't just affect the sharp guys. Although as I sort of joked earlier on the show, the sharp guys took every advantage to tell you how sharp they are and then complain about not paying the taxes, which a lot of guys, let's be real, haven't really done in totality for a long time.
Thank you. I wanted to bring that up. Like, how we know so many bettors. How many of those bettors are being upfront and honest about everything that they're winning and everything that they're losing as far as taxes? Like, how many of them are paying taxes on sports betting?
A lot of people don't pay the amount of taxes they should pay. Let's just put it that way. Now, I'm not blanketing every respected bettor, but there are a lot of guys that fudge the numbers. But this is something that if it is executed and if it actually comes to fruition, which is a different story, you're going to see a lot of people be very, very upset, and understandably so. I'm not for this language in the bill at all. I don't think it's good for the business at all. And you also think about this: the money from, let's just call them sharps, I guess, that helps bottom lines, that helps revenue, that helps the overhead, it helps all that, because without the big 5 and 6 figure bets, your handles aren't as great. So then the casinos are in trouble. And I was actually a little surprised that a lot of the operators didn't speak up about this, but it certainly affects the players more. Now, Dina Titus is a U.S. rep from Nevada. She's in Congress. And she today is introducing language that is going to try and reverse the anti-gaming tax. We'll see. I have a feeling eventually you're going to get enough lobbyists and enough politicians and enough people like that to find a middle ground, because that is BS. It is hard enough to win at this racket. And we've seen the numbers over the years. There's a percentage between 1 and 2. Those are people that actually make a living on sports betting. Between 1 and 2% of everybody who bets. That's how small it is in terms of the people that do this on a winning level 365 every day of the year, or at least close to it. This doesn't really affect a lot of the gamblers, especially the people that are parlaying $5 a pop here, $5 a pop there. But when you get into these big numbers and you talk about 10% of $500 compared to 10% of $500,000, it's an insane difference. I mean, it's talk about night and day or black and white. It couldn't be any more different from the little gambler to the big gambler. And that's why the big gamblers are the ones that are voicing the most concern, because 10% hits them a lot more than it hits people that are betting 5-10 a game.
So over the last number of weeks, we talked about Illinois and how certain sports books are going to have to pay a lot. They're going to be taxed per bet, right? And that means the high volume, the rec bettors, the parlay bettors, the green book, the blue book, right? They're going to have to pay a ton, and they're very upset about it. And is that passed down to the customer, to the bettors? We're going to see how they handle that long term. And now the other side is getting hit. Now the sports books that cater to the pro bettors, that want the sharp money, now they're going to get hit. Those same sports books that President Trump was walking around in recently and taking a lot of pictures in not that long ago. So you mentioned that you're surprised that we haven't heard from operators. I think we will soon. But I also think you're right that this will get reversed. There's enough time. We've got about a half a year to get this right. And there's going to be enough displeasure being voiced right now, and it's going to continue to happen. I do think it gets reversed. Maybe I end up being wrong. But it's interesting that whatever kind of operator you are as a sports book, they're getting hit. And in the end, this is going to be another case where people are talking about it. I don't know if it's reality or if it's some sort of a threat. This is why the illegal market, the black market, the offshore market thrives and will continue to thrive. People don't want to talk about it, but this country, these lawmakers are finding ways to make sure that they operate, even though that is not their intent, but they're having a lot of success, whether people want to talk about it or not. The illegal market is here because they keep making these stupid decisions.
I think we would all agree here, especially on this network, that a place like BetMGM is a great place to wager. But let's not be fools and let's not mislead people and act like the legal market is the only way that people get down. It's just not. How many guys do we know that deal in cash, that deal in these online payments? Wait till the feds start coming for your PayPals and your Venmos. Wait till that happens. I mean, that's, think about all the money. Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's going to happen even more. And I think you have to pay attention to the domino rally or the dominoes falling, however you want to shape it. We had the Illinois tax where players are going to have to pay essentially a cover fee to bet, every bet. Then you had, at the end of June, you had the New Jersey nonsense where they put out language, like here's a snippet of the language in the New Jersey bill. Any bet that is purposely or knowingly made with inside information not available to the general public will not be considered a winning wager. Like what? So now you can't bet with intel? And they're saying that groups can't bet, and if you're going to bet with a group or bet with somebody else, that's illegal now. I mean, the New Jersey stuff is way worse than Illinois, because now they have the sword and they can just go ahead and say, well, he only bet that because he knew about it. And they can't prove that you knew about it. How's New Jersey going to prove that you knew the quarterback was hurt ahead of time? But if there's an influx of money from sharp accounts on a certain side and that side ends up winning, they're going to say, oh, well, they all knew about it. We're not paying out. It was like that home run parlay from a couple weeks ago where that guy in the Discord gave out a 7-player home run parlay and it hit. And one of the books said, we're not paying all this out. Because it was group betting. They paid the main guy, but they didn't pay everybody. So now we're picking and choosing when we have to pay parlays out. So you have the Illinois stuff, the New Jersey stuff, and then the big, beautiful bill tax. They say bad things come in threes. That's 3 right there. Illinois, New Jersey, big, beautiful bill. And the problem, if it works in other states, you're going to get Pennsylvania and Ohio and Colorado. What's going to stop them from saying, well, we want this too. We want more money. We want to impress our investors. We want to put more in the kitty. It's going to just keep happening. This is a snowball that probably doesn't stop until somebody comes in and figures it out.
Right. And because of this, I started going down a wormhole and checking out other states, and it's being discussed everywhere. A lot of different states that have been thriving with legalized sports betting. So it's an easy way to grab money. If your state is looking for some cash, let's just go after the sports bettors. Nobody's going to be mad about that besides the sports bettors. And what are they going to do? They're probably still going to bet anyways. I think they're mistaken. They probably will continue to bet, but they'll just continue to bet elsewhere, at least the high volume guys. So everybody's getting hammered on this. You pay so much money for these licenses, and you start making some money, and then you're like, nope, we're going to take away here. We're going to take away there. So shocking, the government is finding a way to ruin sports betting. Are you concerned about the future of it? Like, is this... It's been exploding. I don't know that it's leveled off. It probably has a little bit since it's legal throughout most of the country. Are you concerned that some people are just going to walk away? There's that concern with people that start betting that didn't bet before anyways, and then they end up losing a lot, and they're like, no, this is too tough for me. I'm out, or you get into a little bit of trouble. There's those people that walk away, but now there are people that do it professionally, do it very well, and they're like, I might have to walk away because I can't turn out a profit.
I'd be concerned if I was in Illinois or New Jersey right now. No doubt, considering you now have to pay, cover taxes or your wins that you work so hard for might not count because of whatever the books want to say. But I'll give you a quote that I heard the other day from a guy who's been betting for 30 years professionally. He said he can get down more in the 90s than he can right now. Think about that. In the 1990s, he's able to get down more money on less games and spread things around. And now you got pros getting limited and kicked out, and now potentially having to pay, 10% with this new big beautiful bill and the deduction stuff. So they are just trying to take all of the success out of the hands of people that do it well. So there's that on top of, let's tax the rec bettors. Let's charge them 50 cents to make a parlay now. So you're going after the big guns, and now you're going after the little guys. And you're going to wonder why people are going to leave these books and go back to their corner bookies and go to the delis and go offshore. This is the government's fault if this continues. It's not our fault. It's not the players' fault. This is big business and big government again.
Everything's going to run dry. The advertising has run dry. Because why? Well, they did the part where they acquired all the customers in a lot of these states. So what's the next move going to be? And like in our world, we need these advertising dollars. Like it helps our careers. Like in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, oh boy, I don't know what the future holds. It's pretty scary. Hopefully it gets reversed, as you mentioned at the start of it. I'm sure more to come there. Case of the Monday is next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
Had to be something that bothered you over the weekend, maybe over the long weekend. You can tweet us, bet_sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. This is when we talk about it. Case of the Mondays. One quick thing from me. I've got a couple, Sam, but one quick thing. Since we already hit on the hot dog eating competition, just relating to the competition. So there's just something about it when it's on, even though I know what happened. I saw it earlier, and then I was kind of in a daze later on in the evening outside. There's a TV outside at my friend's house, and the replay comes on, and then it comes on again. You're just drawn to it. And everybody you're just drawn to it. I would like to one year be able to sit there in peace and watch my hot dog eating competition, whether it's on replay or not, and not everybody walking by commenting, "That's gross." Like, just leave me alone. I know it's gross. Of course, look at it. It's disgusting, and they're dunking the bun. And look at this guy. He's trying to hold it down. He's got to hold it down for 10 minutes afterwards as well. It is very disgusting, but it's a hot dog eating competition. We know it is. Just anytime you have somebody who's not like 100%, like, they say it's gross, but then they stand there and they're like drawn in by it. It's funny to me, but I'm also like, yes, I'm aware it's gross. Leave me alone. Let me watch this because I find it fascinating.
Is that worse, or is it worse when you're sitting next to somebody who goes, I could eat 20 in 10 minutes? Like,
well,
no,
I love that conversation. I love that because inevitably you end up having that conversation about whether it's hot dogs or different foods. How many could you do in 10 minutes? What do you think the answer is for you?
So we did this at Nesson in 2022. We had the betting show that was on Monday to Friday, and they said, let's do something around hot dogs. And I said, well, I'll do it. I'll be Huckleberry. I'll whatever. And they said, we want you to do 5 dogs in 5 minutes. And I said, okay, I'll give it a shot. And it sounds easy. Trust me. It sounds like when you say it to yourself, 5 hot dogs in 5 minutes, that's nothing. When I practiced, and I did practice, I assure you I practiced. Like I went to my hot dog joint down the street and got, 10 hot dogs, and I tried, 5 at this time and then 5 at a later time. I would like reheat them up or whatever. And I couldn't get to 5 in 5 minutes. And I'm a bigger guy. I'm 6'2", 225 pounds. I love to eat. You know that. I could not get the 5 down when I would try it in 5 minutes. And this is a dog and a bun, eating it like a normal human, not like a savage, right? 'Cause I'm not trying to look like a jackass and dunk the bun. This was basically a dry hot dog with a little water on the side. I could not get to 5. And I remember calling one of my guys saying, I don't know, man. And he goes, don't worry. When the adrenaline hits, you'll be fine.
Oh.
So until I got there on the set, I was like, I don't think I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to have everybody at work said, I couldn't eat 5 dogs. I ate 6 in about 4 minutes. I was flying. Yeah, man. And like, we're on live television. None of this stuff is fake. So I got to 6. I remember Claudia's like, do 1 more. And I'm like, why don't you eat 1 hot dog? I already ate 6. So they wanted me to, and the producers in my ear like, eat the 7th, eat the 7th. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I did what I was supposed to do. Not to compare myself to a competitive eater, but in the practice round, and I'm using air quotes around practice round, I couldn't get to 5 dogs in 5 minutes. It was gross. It's a lot of bread. They're dry as hell. Now, these guys dunk them and do all that jazz, but it's not as easy as people think.
Chestnut did 11 in 1 minute.
It's so much, man. That's disgusting. Disgusting.
Yeah. And you put nothing on them. Nothing. Because you're used to Chicago dogs.
I didn't have time to like dress them all up, and they, you know, it just there was a little container of mustard that I may have used a couple times because it's the old how many saltines can you eat in a minute? Oh, I can eat 12. No, you can't. Try it.
The cinnamon challenge,
the dryness, the cinnamon, all that stuff. The McDonald's challenge that Pat McAfee tried to do. Remember that? It was 4 double quarter pounders, 4 large fries, and 4 large drinks, plus a 20-piece nugget, I think. And the comments are, oh, that's light work. And you actually try it, and you're so sick, all you want to do is let it all out. But I love the hot dog eating contest, and I will write about it, talk about it, bet it every single year as long as I can.
And I know it's gross, but you're still watching it with me. I like it as well. I thought I was being realistic. I was saying 5 to 6 in 10 minutes, and man, that's impressive work out of you. I don't know that I could do that. And I love to eat as well. But whoever said that to you, they're right. The adrenaline hit. I'd love to see that video. I know you've got it somewhere on a resume. I need to see that video from the hot dog eating competition. I got something else, but how about you? What do you have for Case of the Mondays?
Yeah, I'll go quickly here. I mean, there's a couple things I saw. I really wanted to do Paul Pierce. I think Paul Pierce has CTE. I don't know if you saw that he was saying that he was the greatest scorer of all time on his TV show on FS1, and I'm thinking, no, you weren't. I guess he's essentially a teammate of mine now with Fox Sports. But here's the quote. I was probably the best pure scorer ever in the history of the game. Nah, you weren't. It's not really that close. I think he could score in a lot of ways. I mean, he was a bucket. He was a walking bucket. Don't get it twisted. He's one of the best to ever fill it up. But he's not even top 20 all time on the NBA scoring list. And he said, like, they were asking him, like it was one of those social media videos. What about Jordan? I could score more ways than Jordan. What about Kareem? Oh, I could get way more than Kareem. Just because you had more ways to score doesn't mean that you were a better scorer. It's quite literally math. Kareem had 38,000 points. You had 26,000 points. How are you a better scorer than Kareem? How are you a better scorer than Kobe and Jordan and Durant and Shaq? Like, he's delusional, right? To say he's... No. Let me read the quote one more time. The best pure scorer ever in the history of the game. Does anybody think that aside from him?
No, of course not. But, I mean, you kind of said it all when he's said it on FS1. Like, I'm not ripping FS1. I'm just saying they're looking for quotes to go viral from their star talent. They're looking for people to react, and that's going to get a reaction. I guess the conversation started because LeBron said that KD is the most equipped scorer in NBA history. Like LeBron studies NBA history. He's been caught in the past, too, with lying on a whole lot of stuff. So it's barroom banter, whatever. It's fine. We know it's not true. Like, people in Pierce's house is telling him that it's not true. We all know that. His teammates at FS1 know that. But I think it's funny, and mission accomplished. It went viral, and it got people talking on a holiday weekend.
Sure. I think Kevin Durant's probably one of the toughest guys to guard in the history of the league. Him and Dirk, in terms of everything they could do. But you're right. It was rage bait, and it worked. It worked, quite literally, because here I am, still mad about it. Chest pass back to you. Bring us home.
All-stars for Major League Baseball. I just don't care. I don't care. And there's these, these are the top 5 snubs. These are the top 10 snubs. They do it with the NBA. They do it in Major League Baseball. Here's what I'm going to be doing the night of the All-Star game. Is that next Tuesday? I think it's next Tuesday. Not be watching. That's what I'm going to be doing. Not watching the All-Star game. I don't care how many players that each team got. Oh, my God. And then there's always Juan Soto. George Springer. Oh, if you watch Sunday Night Baseball, it was how is Seiya Suzuki not in the All-Star game? You have the other 2 Cub outfielders. Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to have all three outfielders from one specific team on an all-star team. It just gets so annoying, man. We watch, we cover, we bet on so much sports throughout the year. These kind of fake competitions, I'll be in on the home run derby. I'll be in on that. But as far as this, I don't care. The stupid snub talk. Listen, there's an end line. You could only have so many players. So there's a cutoff. And somebody's always going to have a case. Oh, I'm a snub. This guy's a snub. Should every team be represented? It's a nauseating conversation, Sam. I just can't deal with it. And it's happening right now with the baseball announcements.
Can't make everybody happy. You also still have that stupid rule where every team has to be represented. Mm-hmm. So guys are going to get snubbed. If you have to put 15 different teams on one roster, it's going to happen. Just the way it works. There's not enough room for everybody. If it was the most deserving guys, I would get on board with, oh, Suzuki should be one or this guy should be one. But that's not what it is. It's not the best players. You have to represent every single team. So I just made up a word there on the show. Replicate. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, I mean, I don't personally care. If I was a player and I was maybe a snub, I'd be upset about not getting my bonus. But as a fan, I have many, many more important things to care about that are much more interesting.
And here's the other thing. We're going to hear over the next week, this guy bowed out. This guy bowed out. Most of these snubs are all going to be in anyways. So why are we getting upset?
Don't know. Just watch the game, enjoy the game. Hopefully it doesn't end in a tie like it did in 2002.
Yeah,
and we all just move on with our lives.
Bud Selig confused. I don't know what to do. The camera's on him. All right, we got to come back and change all the rules for the All-Star game. It matters now. Home field for the World. That's so stupid. What an idiot that guy was. Thank God he's gone. All right, NFL teams in their Super Bowl windows. Interesting. I'm looking at teams in the middle. That's next. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sam and P with you. Bet Sweats, thanks for hanging out. We're going to talk about NFL teams in their Super Bowl windows. Maybe not the obvious conversation you might be expecting. Get to that in just a moment. But Sam, we're back, and the bosses are all out. They're all out. I was actually concerned for a quick moment at the start of the show as we came stumbling out of the gate. That was on me. But I was like, oh, it's fine, though, because we've got boss number 1 and boss number 2, both on vacation, got that note. So I guess we're good to go this week. Don't worry about it.
Ooh, let me give the double bird on camera. 3,
and
2,
Paul.
1.
Boom! Paul
You know,
has been out as
the
well.
only person,
Paul's been out for like a month anyways.
Sure, the only person I wasn't sure if he was actually on vacation or not was Jake, because all he's doing is sitting in a bar in Scotland on Twitter.
Bro, what is he doing? Why?
I texted him yesterday because he had sent me something, and I said, "Dude, put the phone down and go talk to a woman. Like, you're in a foreign country."
Yeah. He's so strange. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm just looking at it was popping up on my feed as well yesterday, and I forgot about him traveling. I thought like he was in Old Town. I thought he was just bar hopping in Old Town or something, like some area in Chicago with these trendy bars or whatever. Like, oh yeah, he is there. And of course he's tweeting about the Rangers-Padres game. What? Dude. Turn it off. Take the bat. Do they still have batteries? I don't even think they have batteries. But somebody needs to take his phone away from him. Like, come on. Go enjoy yourself. Maybe he's not enjoying himself. That's my takeaway.
He's not the only person at this network that needs to have his phone taken away. There's another individual that will not be named. It's Poodles. Just all day. Poodles all day. Just put it down. So Jake yesterday was sending me something about just some random tweet. And I said, will you please go talk to a Scottish female for me? And then he said, quote, I'm going to try my king. And I stopped the conversation there.
He would talk to him if they were online. He would jump in mentions. But in person, maybe not so much.
Do you think he's on? Is it more likely he pulls a female from a bar or from Scottish Hinge?
Is that a thing?
It's got to be, right?
It's got to be. Yeah. See, on vacation, it's easy for me to say all this. I'm out of the game, and I'm not the one putting myself out there like he would be. But you're on vacation. You can be anybody. You can do anything. Like, why the hell not? Change it up a little bit. I would say Scottish Hinge to answer your question. That is more likely.
Jake is such a good texter, though, and a great, he would have been an all-time AOL Instant Messenger flirt. But the problem is, then you gotta seal the deal in person.
Yeah. Good question. So he's out all week. Is he back next week? No, we're all out next week.
Don't know.
Got to tell you, I saw the schedule. I saw the schedule. It has me in Friday. I'm not in Friday, but that's all.
This Friday?
Yes. They always mess that up. Like if there's a day off here, a day off there, it's it's botched. But the Glass Man is in, I think. So we'll get that figured out. Not that anybody cares. All right, NFL teams in their Super Bowl window. So I think this is an interesting conversation because there are your obvious cases, right? Like I think we should probably omit the teams that are sub 20-1. There's 5 of them only. 5 of them, which I didn't look at it too close. I was like, oh, there's only 5 teams that have odds shorter than 20-1. And of course they're in their Super Bowl window. They have elite quarterback play. You know, they have, in some cases, top-notch defenses. So it makes sense. Buffalo, Baltimore, Philadelphia, all around 7-1. Kansas City right there at 8-1. And the best number on Detroit is 11-1. A lot of changes going on in Detroit. But you can't really make the argument that these teams are not in their Super Bowl window. The odds, the market is telling you that they're in the Super Bowl window. Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly, KC, Detroit. Let's push those teams to the side because we all know, yes, they're in their window. And a lot of their best players are all in their prime. Now, the Philadelphia thing, coming back to the pack a little bit, yeah, sure, we expect that. Detroit, I do. It doesn't mean it's reality, but 11-1 or shorter, they're expected to be part of this conversation. If we're going elsewhere on the board, is there a team that stands out to you as one that is in their Super Bowl window right now, but a bit more value on them?
I wanted to come at it just from a number standpoint. I think there are 10 teams that could win the Super Bowl. Could win. But there's only 4 that I would bet. Does that make sense? Is that fair? I'm not betting, obviously, 10 teams. And I wouldn't really bet 4. I would try and whittle that list down to maybe 1 or 2 on the heels of me saying that I've bet Kansas City the last 6 seasons, and they've won 3 and lost in 2 Super Bowls, and they were a 7-point favorite in the AFC title game against Cincinnati, the year the Bengals went and played the Rams. So that Chiefs bet has constantly either put you in the Super Bowl or damn close. 8-1 just jumps off the page to me, man. So that'd be a bet that I would consider. But on the next tier, or the third tier, if you will, I would consider the Niners at 25-1. I could consider the Chargers at 30-1. And I can't do Texans. I love that number at 40-1. And I think they have a very easy path to potentially be a 1 or a 2 seed in that god-awful AFC South. But if they get everything calibrated on offense, as CJ Stroud adjusts to the adjustments and they get more production from their defensive line, that could be a team that goes 12-5, 13-4, has a 1 seed, and now my 40-1 ticket has appreciated over the course of a season. Am I going to sit here on July 7th and say the Houston Texans are winning the Super Bowl? No. But we're betting prices for the most part. And those are the teams that I think are inside the window. I just gave you 3 of them that have, I believe, the coaching and the quarterback play to potentially win a Super Bowl.
I wrote down 4, and I did write down the Texans. I'm going to sell you on that a little bit. Most of them, not the Texans, but most of them have an expiring quarterback window. Let's say that. So that's why I put them on the list. I want to get your thoughts on that. But as long as you bring up the Texans at 35-1, that's worth discussing. I'm not sitting here saying that they're going to win the Super Bowl. I understand they're in the much more challenging conference. So the divisional path is soft, and maybe it won't always be for Stroud's career. At least I expect it not to be this easy. But once you get past the division, it gets really challenging. Here's why I say that their window is now. We know in this league that it's hard to keep a great defense around for a long period of time. And that sometimes you're expecting a team to have a great defense, you get a couple of injuries or something, or the league catches up, whatever the situation is. Like all of a sudden you're like, whoa, what happened to that defense? They were elite a year ago. That happens. You can go from top 5 in the league to number 20 in the league. That happens on a regular basis. So right now, this Houston Texans defense is phenomenal. How long is that going to last? Could we look back and say this is the best defense that CJ Stroud ever has when his career is wrapped up? I think it's certainly possible. And you've got a whole career of Will Anderson and company. The secondary is outstanding as well. But that's the reason I say that their window is open. Division right now, extremely soft, tough conference, but the strength of that defense, how good they are right now, is that always going to be the case? I'm not telling you to bet them, to your point, but I do think their window is now, even though we are in the very early stages of Stroud's career.
Because eventually you have to pay CJ Stroud, and then you can't afford all these other pieces. We saw it in Seattle. That's an easy comp. You win the Super Bowl when Russell Wilson is on his rookie contract, and you're able to sustain financially all of the guys on defense. The Legion of Boom was sustainable because you had a quarterback on a young deal or a rookie deal, whatever you want to call it. Once you pay the quarterback, it gets much more complicated, much more difficult to sustain success. And people want to point to Brady. Brady was taking pay cuts in New England. Brady was making $10 million a year a couple of years so that they could pay Edelman and they could pay Gronk and they could pay guys on the defensive side of the ball. Brady also didn't need the money because he's a walking endorsement and made all this money off the field. But once you pay the quarterback, the math becomes that much more complicated to sustain not only the offensive side, but the defensive side. So I'm with you. And look, we didn't say bet Houston. Mm-hmm. Well, I shouldn't say that. We didn't say Houston's going to win this bowl. But at 35-40-1, that's not a bad bet. It's not.
What about the Rams? How many more years does Stafford has? Age 37 season. Surprisingly, he had only 20 passing touchdowns last year. The last 3 years, he's been below 4,000 yards. I feel like every year we're like, is this the last stand? Is this it? They go and they bring in Devontae Adams. So you pair Puka with Adams, and you still have Tutu Atwell. A lot of weapons. Great defense right now. If they repeat what they did last year, they're going to be in the mix. They won with their defense, but everybody wants to talk about McVay and the offensive weapons, and I certainly understand that. But sitting there about 22-1, this feels like the very edge of the Rams window. Do you agree?
Last year, question mark, could be, for everything to hold up, for the foundation to still be there. I am very impressed with what they've done defensively. And this was not a Rams show by any stretch of the imagination last year. But I wasn't up to speed on a lot of their young defenders and how much they would grow in a very short window. And I don't think anybody was, for that matter. Even the people that were Rams guys, it was more about Stafford and McVay. It wasn't about I mean, give me one clip from You Better You Bet talking about their defense last year in August, September, October. You can't find it. It's just the offense. It was all offense and explosive and talented and points and touchdowns. It wasn't about the defense. But what we were able to learn as a network, as a community that watches football, Les Snead's been drafting really good players, and they've been able to develop them in a very short amount of time. Yes, the window is still open. My big concern is that Stafford is, they're all one hit away, essentially, quarterbacks from being done. But him more than most. I mean, he's pushing 40 years old pretty soon. So that's my only concern. And we did see some injuries last year. We saw a lot more the year before. I don't know that he can stay on the field the whole season. And that's my only concern about betting that team right now.
I'll add two more. And I know they've locked up Chase and Higgins, but we're talking about age 25, age 26. So with receivers, they're not going to be the same once they get to 30 years old. And you also get Burrow in his prime. That number north of 20-1. Can they get a defense that can just be average? That's going to be the big question. They fired their defensive coordinator. I would put the Bengals as part of this list. And this one might sound crazy, but I would say Cowboys. Cowboys are on this list. Dak, age 32 season, coming off an injury season once again. I was looking at the last two times he's come off injury years. 2020 played 5 games. Next year, Sam, he comes back, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, almost 4,500 passing yards. 2022, he missed about a month. Next year, he comes back, 36 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, second in MVP voting. Dak tells us that when he gets injured, misses a significant amount of time, he comes back the next year and balls, and they give him George Pickens in addition to CeeDee Lamb. Is the Cowboys one nuts?
Not at 50, 60 to 1. That's a team that could exceed expectations, and then by the 1st of October, they're 15 or 20 to 1. If you're going to bet a team now, grab a good number.
Yep, agree. I was a little surprised to see the 50, especially as popular as they are year after year. This is Bet Sweats, today's MLB card next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we got today's MLB card. It's a Monday, so typically they are shortened a bit. We'll get to that coming up. And, we didn't mention a lot of the stuff that occurred over the weekend, and there are some red-hot teams if you're kind of checking out, like over the past week or so in Major League Baseball. But yesterday was a day of ones. You had all these number one starters going, just how things ended up panning out. And, Sam, they balled out. You had Skubal, 10 strikeouts, no walks for the Tigers, and the Tigers win over Cleveland. That one was pushed to extra innings. The Phillies win a low-scoring game. Wheeler was lights out. He threw a complete game, 12 punch-outs, no walks in that one. And then you had the Cy Young favorite of the National League, Skeens, go. And then he only lasts 5 innings, but he had 10 strikeouts and no walks. 10 strikeouts in 5 innings of work for Skeens. He's your favorite. Wheeler, guy who tossed a complete game gem, he's your second favorite for NL Cy Young. So if you're a fan of pitching matchups and aces, you had it yesterday in Major League Baseball.
No doubt. Skeens continues to absolutely shove. And I saw this from Hannah Mears, who covers the Pirates for Sportsnet Pittsburgh. There are 2 pitchers in the live ball era that have an ERA under 2 in their first 42 starts. Paul Skeens, Vida Blue. That's it.
Wow.
Think about that. ERA under 2 through 42 starts. You just know he's going to get out there and hold you to 0, 1, or 2. I mean, that's what the math tells us. Now, there is an obscure start every once in a while. Maybe he gives up 3 or 4. But he is just carving up major league bats. And he has been since he got called up last year. So it's been remarkable. The Pirates also, they had a pretty decent week, and then they get to the weekend and lose 3 in a row. So the cream always rises, and then the truth kind of settles in after a while. So that's a team that just still can't score. 310 runs, I believe. When I left for vacation, that was the lowest number in baseball. It is still the lowest. Nope. Kansas City, 304. Royals have 304 runs. Then the Pirates have 310. White Sox, 311. Those are your 3 worst offenses in Major League Baseball right now. But they just can't. They can't score. Kind of moving around the cabin here, but I think we picked the wrong rookie in the American League. Have you seen that market recently? It's not Jack Kaggs. It is not Roman Anthony. It is not Nick Kurtz. It is Cam Smith, who is now, I believe, plus 180. Have you seen what this kid has done? Oh, my goodness.
Shorter than that.
Okay. Well, we were talking about, because my last show would have been the 27th of June. Not that long ago. That week, Jacob Wilson, his dad's Jack. Jacob Wilson's minus 1,000, minus 700 to win the award. I'm looking at BetMGM right now. Wilson is minus 160, Cameron Smith plus 150.
Man, that's remarkable, because it felt like kind of done, but it was a conversation among a couple of guys. And now, wow, look at him. Kaggs, 100 to 1. Yeah. It's an incredible run, man. Yeah, incredible run. There's a lot of good races going on right now. So you mentioned AL Rookie. I just went over the NL Cy Young. That's a great race if Wheeler can keep this up. But Wheeler always is like the second place guy. Like Paul always talks about it, and he's pretty spot on with that one. I'm glad to see that, because it kind of felt like we were heading towards, boy, I don't know if any of these are going to be races. Judge and Rally, like people were talking about that for a while. The prices certainly vary a bit on those. So I am happy to see that we do have some pretty good races as far as the awards go. I think Wheeler can take it from Skeens. Like if Skeens is going to go 5 innings though, like that, remember the workload is always a big part of it when it comes to the pitching. So I do like to see that. And then there's one other thing that is certainly noteworthy. Holy crap, the Blue Jays are on a run.
Mm-hmm.
8 wins in a row. 8. They have a 3-game lead in the division. Yankees 3 games back, Rays 3 games back. I don't think this is sustainable, but it is worth paying attention to. Sometimes things go crazy and the numbers don't make sense, but teams get hot and they just keep on winning. And guess what? You've got the White Sox and the Athletics before the All-Star break for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Should be some more wins. Nice little care package going into the All-Star break. Honestly, 4 teams could win the East. I'm certainly not going to bet the Boston Red Sox, but to say that they can't win it would be silly. They're only 6.5 back. Long way to go, of course. But, I remember 2 weeks ago we were talking about Yankees-Rays. And then here come the Jays. It was always a division I think we were selling the Yankees on in terms of laying the price because they were minus 250, minus 300 to win the AL East coming into the season. And we wanted no part of that. And remember, the first win total we saw on the Yankees was 92.5 or 93.5 when they first opened heading into spring training. And then you have the injury to Cole and the injury to Luis Gil. And Stanton was on the shelf, and you had to replace Juan Soto. This was never a Yankee show this year. And I don't want to kick a team when it's down because this is an easy time to do it. They've lost 7 of 10. I don't know now, like if you were going to make me bet that division, I don't know what I would do. I could make a case for 4 teams. Not obviously going to bet every single team, but MGM has the Yankees plus 125. The Blue Jays plus 140.
Favorite.
The Rays 4-1, and then the Red Sox 25-1. Now, I did say I would not be betting the Red Sox because I don't believe in their pitching. But you have 3 teams right now that are all right in the mix. Plus a quarter, plus $1.40, 4-1.
So the team that's 3 games back is the favorite. That's interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a soft spot for this team. I've bet them many times. Just based on that, I would just take the Rays. I see a plus 525 out there in the Rays. If you want to act now, okay, I get this with this log jam, these 3 games back. I won't take the team that's 3 games back. That's the favorite. I'll take the team that's 3 games back, and I'm getting plus 525 with a very smart organization.
No doubt. I would be betting either Toronto or Tampa, understanding full well that could have got a much better number either before the season or in early April or early May. But we really don't know what a lot of these teams are. I always thought a good barometer was about 90 games, 3 months, as somebody who was in these locker rooms a long time, and teams would have a poor April or a poor May and then turn it on in June or July. By the All-Star break, you know what these teams are. Like, I know what Atlanta is right now. I know Atlanta's shot. I saw the other day, Atlanta has lost 19 games by 1 run.
Bro.
19. I mean, look, I made a bet that's not going to win, and I told people to bet it, and I feel bad about that. But, man, you know how hard it is to lose 19 games by a run, and it's just turning into July? Like, that's absurd to have 19 one-run losses, and you're not even to the All-Star break yet.
So, yeah, let's look at that right here. 1-run records. So I like to look at this periodically and see, is there a team that's getting pretty lucky? The best 1-run record in baseball is the Houston Astros, 18-8. They are 5-1 in extra inning games. Okay, there's pretty big gap there. It's Houston, Detroit, LA Dodgers, good teams at the top. The Cubs are 4th. The worst 1-run record is no, it's not Atlanta. It's your Chicago White Sox.
Yeah,
yep.
They're up there for sure.
6-21. 6-21. These are all teams tied to you. White Sox are worst. Red Sox second worst. Braves third worst. That's unbelievable.
Yay. Well,
Yeah.
I personally don't care about the Red Sox, but I do
But
financially
you
care about
see
the
them
Braves.
a lot. Yeah.
So that number has actually crept up because I saw when I was on vacation last week that they had their 19th one-run loss. According to MLB.com now, 11-22. So they got 3 more one-run losses last week? Question mark? Man,
Brutal.
just bad. As for the card today, I don't really love a lot. It's not a big card either. Yamamoto's on the hill. I think we can start there. Dodgers $1.40 on the open against Milwaukee. I would lean to the Dodgers, and you get a cheaper price too. I can lay $1.30 at BetMGM, so it's moved in 10 cents. That one sort of caught my eye, and anytime you have Yamamoto and Peralta or guys of that ilk, you pay attention to where the total opened and where it's moved. Opened 8, now we're 7.5 at Pinnacle, 7.5 at Superbook, even 7.5 at BetMGM. So the money in that game has been driven towards the dog and the under. I could get down on 8. I mean, I don't hate under 8 minus 115 at a couple places. Now you have to shop around because most books are 7.5, but you have plenty of 8s on the board. As I look at the odds logic screen right now, I can go 8 at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places, but there are a lot more 7.5s. I did notice that move on the under in LA Milwaukee tonight.
All right, I've got a few that I'm interested in, and one of them is moving hard against me, so it's making me rethink everything. We can go over it. All right, the first one, Blue Jays, White Sox. What do you think I'm thinking there?
I'm guessing you are going to take. You're not taking the White Sox, are you?
All right, here's my angle. I don't
Barrios?
like betting against teams that have a long winning streak. The Blue Jays have won 8 in a row, but 4 of those 8 are by 1 run. 4 in this 8-game win streak. So it tells me, okay, let's see how long this is going to happen. The sweep this weekend over the Angels, give them credit. Every win was by 1 run. So, I mean, this can't keep up, right? And if you look at Burke going for the White Sox, he has 1 bad outing a month. It's 1. If you remove those, and I know that's a game you don't really want to play, the numbers are the numbers, I get all that. But if you remove those, if you start looking at his starts, like what he does, it's like, wait a second. He's been phenomenal. If you take out the 1 dud per month, in the mix. Okay, so I go earned runs. Last start, Dodgers, 1. Okay, Arizona, 0 earned runs. St. Louis, 1 earned run. Early in the month last month, Houston was the dud, 7 earned runs. Detroit, 2 earned runs. Back to May, Baltimore, 2. Texas, 1. The dud was the Cubs at 5. Before that, Miami, 1. Kansas City, 1. Milwaukee, 0. Burke has been outstanding. And I think this is, I'm not saying a fraudulent team, but a fraudulent run. When you say 8 straight wins, you're like, whoa, they're dominating teams. No, that's not what's happening here. And they're a $2 favorite. So this goes against what I usually do, but I think this run ends soon. And I'm going to go with the White Sox. You can find them at plus 150.
Ooh, going with Burke as a dog. Let's go to the other side. You want to talk about a team that's won a lot of games in a row? How about the team that's lost 10 in a row? That is the Cleveland baseball team, formerly known as a word that we can't say anymore. 10 straight, Joe. And we have a pitching change for Houston. They're going to go with Colton Gordon, the lefty.
Mm-hmm.
Houston's at home with a lefty who's been okay. They're only $1.30 favorite. Why? Why are they only minus 130?
So when I was looking at these numbers before the show started, it was $1.60. And now it's as low as 127. They're all betting Cleveland. Here's what I came up with why they're betting Cleveland. I would not, but this is just my guess on why they're doing it. Yes, they've lost 10 in a row. Their last 5 losses have all been by 1 run or an extra innings. That's hard to do. So the betting market is saying they're not this bad. And I don't know that that's going to continue. I would say Houston's on fire. They've got a top 2 offense in baseball right now. They've won 11 of 13, and I don't care that it's Gordon. I would go with him. So Houston, I like to look at last couple weeks. They've got the second best offense, and the Guardians have the worst. So I would trust that more. I would look at the offenses and back Houston at a cheap price, even though the market is against me. The market is wrong sometimes. That happens. That's my guess on why they're betting Houston. I don't know. Let's get back to the NFL. Let's talk some Steelers, some AFC North. Nick Faribault joins us next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out on this Monday morning. We'll talk about what our teammate Ryan Horvat had to say. He made quite the statement the other day on the network about the Chicago Bears in the upcoming season. Oh, what do you know? The Bears hype is rolling. Haven't lived that before. We know what usually ends up happening. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats, but let's take a look at Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Steelers and the AFC North. For that, we bring on Nick Farabaugh, Steelers beat reporter for Penn Live, host of the Steelers Breakdown as well. Nick, hope you had a great holiday weekend. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, I did have a great holiday weekend, guys. Thanks for asking, and I'm feeling good, feeling refreshed. The Steelers continue to make crazy moves. Let's hope this week is devoid of them, because I'd like a little bit of relaxation over this dead period.
It's always something there, man. And now you bring in Aaron Rodgers, and we've already started to see some of the clippings and some of the posts and some of the theories about the wedding ring and all that stuff. And I like to focus on things on the field. What do the Steelers think they're getting at the position with a guy who clearly isn't the guy that he used to be?
They still think they're getting a guy that can at least drive the bus, but he doesn't necessarily have to carry the load for them. And I think that's what they're hoping they get with this move, is that they're surrounding him with guys like DK Metcalf, and they're making big swings with the Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith moves, hoping this young offensive line takes a leap. Guys like Caleb Johnson, who they drafted, are really good right away. There's a lot of boxes to tick off, but the hope is that they can get a guy that doesn't turn the ball over. The Steelers notoriously are able to win one-score games in these close, ugly battles just because they don't turn the ball over and they create turnovers, they create sacks. They are havoc merchants on the defensive side of the football. They don't turn it over offensively, even if they haven't been very good offensively over the past really 5 years. And that's kind of what they're hoping, is that Rodgers can do that, and he can also elevate them a little bit more every now and then to some bigger heights offensively. They can have more sustained peaks. They had some last year with Russell Wilson, but it petered out towards the end of the year. They're hoping that with Rodgers, it can show up a little more often. They understand he isn't the 4-time MVP that everyone's going to look at. He's not the Hall of Famer anymore, but they think there's still, really a solid quarterback in there that when asked to not shoulder the load can still lead you to playoff victories.
Do you think the combo of Rodgers and Metcalf is an upgrade from Russ and company and Pickens?
I think that combo is better. I'm not sure it is substantially better that you look at it and makes a large difference on the win column. And that's something to me that I have doubts about with this whole team. They've changed a lot of pieces and shuffled a lot of decks. And specifically with Rodgers and Metcalf, they're not necessarily a natural fit for one another. What DK likes to run isn't Rodgers' best routes. They both love that slant route, so that'll be a part of it. But DK is not necessarily a super detail-oriented player, and that's something Rodgers kind of loves from his receivers. When you look at guys like Cobb and Nelson and Jennings and Adams and all these guys, Lazard, over his career that he's loved, it's been these detail-oriented guys that just kind of click with him. So the Rodgers Metcalf thing is going to be big for them to really work on offense, and it's good that they're working out already. I'm a little worried about that chemistry there. I didn't think Russ had great chemistry with a lot of his receivers last year either at times. So if the Steelers can at least get that clicking more, I think it could be better. I think it'll be slightly better. I think the receiving room's a little better, but again, I don't think it's going to be – I think it's marginal. I don't think it's so much better to where it's worth one extra win. I think it's very similar to last year, if just slightly better, but nothing that you can write home about, guys.
I think, Nick, in some weird way, we don't talk enough about the front office. I know you're a fan of Omar Khan and some of the moves that he's made. I mean, the guy's been there since 2001 in some way, shape, or form. He becomes the GM a handful of years ago. Tomlin gets a ton of credit for getting the team constantly over 500, but I don't think that front office gets enough love, man. Is that a fair assessment to say that maybe Omar Khan doesn't get enough flowers across the country?
I'd say to a degree. I do think his job is a little inconclusive right now just because he became the GM after the 2022 draft. So basically all the misses pre-22, you throw in Kenny Pickett, Najee Harris didn't get extended. All of those misses you look on the draft board weren't him. And then you kind of look at 2023 and 2024. There's a lot of good players in that draft class, on those two draft classes. So far, so good on that front. You look at guys like Joe Porter Jr., Keanu Benton, Darnell Washington, Nick Herbig, Zach Frazier, Peyton Wilson. I mean, these are guys that have become solid starters for the Steelers or very good rotational pieces. Then you look at some of the free agency moves and guys like on the margins, Deshaun Elliott. And those guys have become really good. And then you kind of look at the overhaul of the Steelers' way of business. These trades that we've seen them make, the Ramsey trade, the Metcalf trade, it just wasn't something the Steelers did. They weren't aggressive in free agency. They weren't aggressive on the trade market. They weren't aggressive in trying to run up the margins as much as they could. And so I do appreciate Omar Khan's way of trying to rattle the cage in an organization that's been so bent on tradition. And that's part of what makes the Steelers the Steelers, but you do have to adapt and modernize. And so I do really think that goes undersold in the national media. It's just how much Omar has changed the way the Steelers operate from the front office, both in the draft and in the free agency market. They do moves that you would never expect them to make. 10 years ago, they would have never made the Ramsey trade. Nowadays, it's an expectation for them to go out and make moves like that.
With Steelers beat reporter Nick Farabaugh, this is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich here on the BetMGM network. Before we jump to the rest of the division, Nick, let's throw the win total at you. Give your reaction there. We know the storyline with Tomlin, and people are going to say it on repeat again and again before the season starts, before the season ends. But it's 8.5. 8.5 for the win total. Over or under?
Yeah, I think that's going to go over. I think they have enough talent. They're a better team than they were last year. Again, I don't think it's necessarily going to change a ton for them. Do I still think they're probably going to be out in the wild card round? Yes, but I think 10-7 is super realistic for them. Their schedule is not nearly as tough. They do have a tough schedule, but it is not the gauntlet it was last year, where they had 6 division games in the last 8 games. They had 3 short weeks in those last 8 games. It was brutal for the Steelers, and then they got banged up at the worst time too. And so this schedule is a little easier for them. And they're just a better team. I think the defense is going to be better, even though they lost Minkah Fitzpatrick. You add all these pieces to the defensive line. You add Jalen Ramsey. You add Darius Slay. Offensively, I think you got a little better. You added some weapons there that I like, and the offensive line should be better. I think Rodgers is an upgrade over Wilson and Fields. And so I do think 10-7, 11-6 probably makes a lot of sense for them. I don't think they win the division, given they're in the same division with the Bengals and the Ravens, who I think are still going to be really good this year. But I do think playoff win is possible for them if they get the right matchup. But I think 10-7, 11-6, and losing in the wild card round probably is right around where they'll be.
All right, well, let's get to a bet then, because you say that they can finish in second, and I agree with you. If you go at BetMGM, you can bet the straight forecast. You can bet 1-2, essentially the exacta in the division. Ravens Steelers is 4-1. So Baltimore first, Pittsburgh second. That's 4-1. Bengals Steelers is 13-1. Are you intrigued by either one?
I'm more intrigued by the Ravens one. I don't trust Cincinnati's defense. I just don't. I like Joe Burrow. I like Jamar Chase. I like T. Higgins. They're great. But that defense truly was historically bad. I mean, I watched them just give up easy yards in every single game you watch. I think the Ravens, I mean, you look at that roster top to bottom, I think they have an argument for the best roster in the league. They really have done a nice job of bolstering on the margins this year. You look at guys like DeAndre Hopkins and Jair Alexander, who are low-risk, high-reward moves for them. They have core foundational pieces that they can embrace. I think they win this division again. I really do. I love Baltimore's style of team building. They need to get it done when it matters. But when we're talking about divisional rankings, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think the Steelers can certainly beat the Bengals once or maybe even twice. and certainly can definitely finish second. And I actually think that's probably what I would say. So I'd probably say it'd be Ravens, Steelers, Bengals, Browns. I think that's fair. And so if you're putting Ravens, Steelers on your slip, I like it a lot.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Like, you kind of look at last year and be like, the order's probably going to be the same. Like you mentioned, with the Ravens winning it and the Bengals finishing in third. You mentioned Cincinnati. You don't like that defense. Certainly understand that. They're trying to change things up there with the coaching staff, hoping they can turn things around, but that's a big ask. I wonder how those receivers, how everybody's going to perform with all the noise, with some of the contract disputes, and now those receivers in their prime all got paid. Are they going to be able to keep it up?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got to be, and not just them. I mean, you talk about Mike Gesicki too, got a nice bag at tight end. These guys have to shoulder the load for them, and then on offense, it's not just them. I mean, the O-line has to be better too. The offensive line last year was pretty brutal for Burrow, and I think that's one of the things that goes under the radar with the Bengals. You know, the defense was obviously very bad last year, but that offensive line took a huge step back. They weren't really great as a run-blocking team, and Burrow got hit, and hit just time after time. I saw it in the Steelers matchups. And even when they put up 38 on the Steelers, Watt, Hayward, and Highsmith, and those guys were just in the backfield pounding Burrow all game. He elevated that team. And so what Burrow has been able to do with some of the offensive line play he's had, I think, is really a testament to him, his toughness. And so he's kind of the ticket. If you believe in the Bengals and you believe in that trio, really that quartet, because Gesicki's such a big part of it now, I don't blame you. I mean, those guys have been able to kind of overcome bad situations around them. But I do think that offensive line is going to be a big part of it. And so I do think the receivers are going to be fine. I think Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are going to be able to do their thing. They've always been able to do their thing. But it's going to be the rest of that team, the offensive line and that defense. Can they step up around Joe Burrow and those guys? If they can, the Bengals have a shot to make better than they did last year. But it's all going to be around those two things, I think.
Nick, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. We'll talk once again as we get closer to the start of the season. That was Nick Farabaugh, Steelers beat reporter on Penn Live. Joe O, Sammy P. We keep things rolling here. John Daigle will join us next hour on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
People take themselves a little bit seriously. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Wish I could explain what the hell we're talking about. This is the BetMGM Network. A lot is happening. I appreciate Nick Faribault for dropping by. I will say we didn't have time at the very end as we were wrapping things up with Nick. Just taking a look at the run of win totals, over or under. The Pittsburgh Steelers have the longest over streak in the NFL. It is now 5. They crush it once again. So I get it. Like, I think most people are going to look at 8.5. Oh, that means winning season. That's what Mike Tomlin does every year. I'm going to take the over. And I can't say that's a bad idea. People are going to do that. I did notice when I was looking at this, the teams that had the longest under streaks, those all ended. The Chargers was at 5. They go over last year. The Broncos was at 4. They go over last year. So now the longest under streak is your Bears. 4 straight years. They've gone under the win total. And that's what they do. They go under like 9 of the last 10, 10 of 11. I lose track, even though it's my stat. So just something to consider as we get closer and closer to the NFL season, Sam.
My Bears.
Your Bears.
Bear down. We have
or
to talk
Horvies.
about Horvat. Should we do it now or should we do it later? What do you want to do?
Now, let's wait. Let's wait a little bit.
Well, we got news out of Nevada, which is a
Mm-hmm.
big deal, potentially, if it all gets taken care of. So Dina Titus is the congresswoman representing the 1st District of Nevada in the U.S. House of Representatives. She tweeted or X'd 40 minutes ago, I just introduced the Fair Bet Act with Rep. Ro Khanna to rightfully restore the 100% tax deduction for gaming losses. And she also adds, I encourage other members to support this critical fix. My first question to you, did the casino owners get in her ear right away or did they wait at least 24 hours on this?
Woo! She knows that if this doesn't get fixed, she gone. She gone. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, I'm glad somebody's doing something. And I think this will get rectified before we get to the turn of the calendar. Are you there? Are you confident? You brought it up. Are you confident, though, that it's going to happen and that cooler heads will prevail and then realize how bad it's going to be? You know, it's interesting because wouldn't you agree that President Trump is pro-gambling, if anything? And he has a lot of friends in the gambling industry, and this would really hurt the gambling industry.
It would. I'm surprised that it's a part of the big, beautiful bill, to be perfectly honest. But it doesn't surprise me when something gets jammed in at the wire. I mean, we just saw it happen in Illinois. And I don't know who did it in Illinois. I mean, it's easy to look at the big old governor and say that he helped it and he did it, but I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there. You weren't down in Springfield. I think we could maybe make a couple of calls, but you know, the lobbyists around Springfield, Illinois, the capital, didn't know where it came from. So there's always somebody who maybe did a favor for somebody else that needs a favor now. And then that, you know, tax gets jammed in there. I don't know if Trump put it in or not. I hope he didn't, but I don't know. I mean, it's a huge bill as we've learned over the last week or so, but you know, you can get it fixed. You can iron this out if the legislation comes together and Congress realizes that, hey, this is a mistake. You know, you can amend things. You can overrule things. I hope that they figure it out, because to do this 10% is not good. And it's not just the sharps and the wise guys and the big bettors. It all runs downhill. And I think that she has the right idea. You know, she's been talking about this now for, let's see, she started on July 4th. She was busy on the holiday, at least on X. And then Derek Stevens tweeted at her. Derek Stevens, of course, the owner of Circa, Golden Gate, and the D. He quoted her tweet from July 4th, where she said she's introducing the act on Monday. He said, "Thank you, Congresswoman Titus. Here are 3 things we need. and this is a casino owner. So I think that's what the we is. We, the casino owners, eliminate the 0.25% excise tax on wagers, eliminate the 90% deductibility, and go back to what worked. And Stevens also said raise the slot threshold. He says it's way too low. It needs to be about $5,000 on the slots. She then responded to that and said she has solutions for all three: the Repeal Act, the Fair Bet Act, and the Slot Act. So she is listening to the biggest fish in her pond. And if you don't understand that, you're not paying attention.
Yep, no doubt. This is not the last we've heard of this. And now that people are getting back into the routine of a work week after the holiday, we're going to hear a lot about this. And I know a lot of people are going to be on the move, trying to make sure that gets amended, as you mentioned, for sure, Sam. So, yeah, I understand why a lot of people are upset about it. Should rec bettors be upset? Is this going to impact rec bettors much? Because I don't think the majority of our audience, the majority of the people that I would say that we interact with, that listen to the show, like we know pro bettors, but I'd say the majority of bettors out there and the ones that consume this network are probably your rec bettors, right? And those are people that we're talking to, your average sports fans, let's be honest. And that's not a dig on people at all. The rec bettors. Does this impact them in any way? How many of them are ever even paying taxes on sports betting?
How many of them are filing gambling taxes,
Winning.
right? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. They're not.
Know.
They're not. We can say that with some confidence. It's not happening.
Well, the amount has to be over a certain threshold, obviously, to even have that tax affect you. But yeah, I mean, it all, like I said, it all sort of runs downhill. Now, if you're risking $1,000 over the course of a year, like you're a $5 bettor, and from January 1 to December 31, and you risk $1,000, no, this doesn't affect you. It doesn't. But if you're going to risk 10,000 or 25,000 or 50,000 over the course of the year, then yes, it should affect you if you file accordingly. And you should always be well aware if you're winning big amounts, like if you hit a big ticket for $10,000 from BetMGM or whatever book, and that goes into your account, that should be reported, and you should work on all that. Wink, wink. You should make sure that everything is above board. But I think it will definitely be a step in the wrong direction to take more money out of these pockets of people that are not really betting that much. I mean, clearly it's going to affect people that are, the examples we've read on the show, from Ed Fang. Well, if you win $1 million and lose $1 million, you lose 100,000. That doesn't resonate with our audience, and I'm not going to pretend like it does.
No.
But if you get to, say, you win 10,000 and lose 10,000 over a whole calendar year, 10% of 10,000. Do the math. That's how much you would owe if you won 10,000 and lost 10,000. You'd owe on that, which is it's not the way it should be, and it's never been the way it's been. So does it affect them? I mean, of course it does, but nowhere near the levels of the guy betting 1,000 a game or 5,000 a game when he's winning 700,000 and losing 700,000, and now he's got to pay 70,000. So look, everybody's affected for sure, but the rich and the professionals and the self-proclaimed wise guys are the ones that are going to get hurt the most. And if you went on Twitter at all last week, you saw it. Whether it was guys like Rufus or Spanky or Captain Jack or whoever. I mean, all those guys are irate, and I get it. But as we also alluded to earlier, there are people, not those people, but there are people that bet at volumes like that probably haven't been completely upfront with how much they're winning and how much they're losing. That's another conversation for another day.
I have a feeling that many of them will find a way around it some way or another. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. More to come on that. I'm sure there'll be twists and turns throughout the week. MLB All-Star teams announced. There will be changes, so we're not going to get up in arms like some people are about snubs, but it's worth taking a look at. The Dodgers have 5 players, and everybody, their favorite team, oh, this guy got screwed, that guy, we should have more. I hear it here in Chicago. Oh, the Cubs should definitely have more than 3. Oh, well, okay. Well, you've got 11 teams that have 1 because that's the rule. Should there be a Rocky? Probably not. But there is, because that's the rule that they're dealing with. So that's 11 spots, that maybe could be up for debate. But BetMGM posts the most overrated players in baseball. And a lot of name guys. I don't agree with much of this list.
No.
Maybe some of it. I would say I disagree with much more than half of this list on the most overrated MLB players in baseball this season. Let's start at number 10. Just rapid fire. Overrated or not? Fernando Tatis.
No.
He's not overrated. He's not overrated. He's just not healthy enough. And he's done some stupid things in his career, but when he's on the field, he is not overrated. Number 9, Luis Robert. I'd like to know who is overrating Luis Robert, because on a national scale, I don't know who those people are. His numbers are atrocious. He's been terrible this season.
He was supposed to be the cornerstone of the White Sox rebuild. I think people are holding on to that. But coming into this year, nobody thought he was an MVP candidate. Nobody thought he was an all-star candidate. Last year, he was worth a win and a half, depending on which, service you subscribe to, I guess. He hit 224 last year. His on-base percentage was 278, 14 homers, 35 RBIs. He's a middling player that's probably going to be on a minor league roster soon. I mean, he doesn't have a long shelf life. This year, he's not even worth a win. He's got a negative wins above replacement, hitting $185. I mean, he's overrated for sure. He's compared to what he got paid, a 6-year contract for $50 million. Yeah, of course, he's overrated in terms of what he's paid and what he's done. He sucks, man. He sucks. And he's the poster child of that. He's the poster child of that rebuild with, Luis Robert and Tim Anderson and Eloy Jimenez, and they're all going to be out of the league soon. So are they overrated? Yes. Is he overrated? Yes. But he didn't have a lot of hype and hope coming into this season.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think he's overrated. So I disagree with him being on the list. Clase, he's not repeating what he did last year. That was never, ever going to happen. This is called regression. And he still has 18 saves on a really bad team with Cleveland. I don't agree that Clase is overrated.
I don't either. And we don't have time to go through all 10. So let's just rip through. Let's go through the list in order. Tatis Jr. 10, Robert Jr. 10, Clase 8, O'Neal Cruz 7, fine. Javi Baez 6.
Wrong. Sure. No, he's having a comeback season. He's having a good year. This is an awful list.
So the list stinks. Devers 5, Vladdy Jr. 4, Soto 3, Rutschman 2, fine. Julio Rodriguez is number 1 on the list. He is worth 3.5 wins right now, Joe.
I need a name. I need to know who made this list, because this is an abomination. Julio Rodriguez is not the most overrated player in baseball.
No.
Not even close. Adley Rutschman, I think everybody's aware that he's having an awful season. And so I don't think that's a surprise. Soto does not make the All-Star. I don't think he's going to participate. We'll see. I understand Soto from the perspective of, you gave him $765 million. You better come in and dominate every game. And he had a very slow start. We've seen this story before. Dude gets paid gobs and gobs of money and has a slow start in a big media market. That happens all the time. So yes, given that context, he is overrated.
This list is
It's
overrated.
brutal. It's brutal. I need a name. I need to know who made this list. Zach, we need to find out who made this list so we can yell at them by name, because it is an awful list. Maybe they were looking for engagement because they got it. And again, we were baited, and it worked twice. You got baited by Paul Pierce, and both of us got baited by the most overrated players in baseball list. All right, we'll get to the NFL. John Daigle, our buddy, will be joining us coming up next from Establish the Run. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P. We bring in our buddy John Daigle, not Jay Daigle, over on X, establishtheRun.com. I was quickly reminded that my one duty before talking to John once again was to watch the movie Hardball, because it's one of Sam's favorites. And so I Google it. Okay, it's on Amazon and Hulu, but sometimes they lie to you when you're looking something up. So I found it on Amazon Prime. It will happen. I can't promise it's today. It will happen soon. But I'm amused by you get customers also watched. You get John Q is listed and the underdogs spelled DOGGS. It's Snoop in the middle of a huddle of a football game. So it looks like he's coaching a bunch of kids. So I can't
Maybe we
wait
should
to
turn
watch
our
this
attention
one.
to that movie as a show rather than Hardball.
Maybe. That's what I'm thinking. How you doing, John?
Doing great, like everyone, coming off the long weekend where I got dehydrated, sunburned, obviously, and as a bald man, it's a lot tougher on me. Not to say anyone else not having a hard time with it, but if you don't protect the head, it can get really, really nasty. And unfortunately, I did not protect the head well in my first time out, walking outside for an extended period in a while. So everything's going well. We're all just trying to collect ourselves. A few more weeks now until this thing really ramps up for all of us. Also coming off of the FSGA panel in Chicago, where myself, Taylor, KB, Evan Silva had a Q&A and talked to everyone before Kay Adams, too. First of all, I should never be in the same conference as Kay Adams. That's not fair to Kay whatsoever. But I do appreciate everyone coming out in Chicago to the West End. So yeah, it was a long and busy and big week, but I'm glad to be back with the boys here.
I saw Kay throw out the first pitch at Wrigley yesterday or the day before, and I was like, ugh, gotta work on that. It was like very 50 Cent-esque. Oh yeah. Just check it out. It was a day game. Place was packed. Ballpark was buzzing. And she missed by quite a bit. So when you get everybody like that together, what's the big takeaway from the FSGA in terms of like, you're all there, you're all incredible at what you do. What did you take away from that the most?
I think the big one, and most of the questions we received, is AI, as everyone's fearing for their life, even though, again, we believe, I do genuinely believe that we can, at least for the time being, until it overthrows us all as humans, we can use it for good, use it for our research, use it to help us build a better business. And honestly, that's just what most questions are about, is where do you foresee the business going since Establish the Run? I'm not just touting my own company. They are like factually a company that has historically gone up in pricing tiers, but the subs only grow. And I believe that's the trust we built and just being genuine and trying to better the product. And so when asked that question, we say, like, our job, we know, as dumb as it may sound, is to help you win at both fantasy football and betting. And so how do we do that? What do we do for the next 5 years in business? At least for the time being, it's continuing to invest in our own accuracy. And we do that through the data science team. We've hired a couple extra people to make our projections even more significant, which then causes a trickle-down effect, even for something as minute, as simple as fantasy football start-sit decisions. I can look at our projections and then start questioning the data science team. Why is this guy lower? Why is this higher? That naturally then writes itself and trickles into our prop bets. And so, yeah, I think that's honestly like the easiest answer is let's just keep trying to be more accurate and go from there. And then be open-minded and figure it out in the next couple of years what the next step is beyond that.
That's fascinating with the angle of AI and what the future holds. The present,
and there is no right answer, unfortunately, by the way, to AI. We were asked and we didn't have an answer. We've done things that have failed miserably with AI before. People get significantly pissed off. I don't know if y'all have had any experience with this, but if you use AI for YouTube thumbnails, even though that's the easiest way to go about it, people will vehemently get upset at you because that already is like directly taking someone's job. They do not want that. Even changing, like, for us, it was like putting a smirk on Stephon Diggs' face just because like we were fading him at ADP, something that stupid. And people got so like violently upset about that. So we have failed in the use of it, but we also think we're using some of it for good. So what the actual answer is for you, we're toying around with it too. We have no idea like everyone else.
And then the scary part is, okay, if we go too far in that direction, dare I say, what use do we have down the road?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
As humans,
Yeah.
as society.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, correct. That's a whole nother conversation. John Daigle with us. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Okay, so after there was a Florio column the other day, and it was about the teams that are in their Super Bowl window right now. And we ended up talking about it. And for the purpose of the conversation, we were removing the teams that are sub 20-1. There are 5 teams that are 11-1 or lower. And of course, they're in the Super Bowl window. The betting market is telling you that. Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly, KC, and Detroit. And we were throwing other teams out there, maybe kind of flying under the radar, just hanging on to the Super Bowl window, where maybe it's not going to be this long. The Rams with Stafford. The last few years, you'd probably surprise people and say, he only had 20 passing touchdowns last year. In the last 3 years with Sean McVay, that explosive offense, he hasn't even cracked 4,000 yards, and that's something he used to do on a regular basis. Are the Rams still in their Super Bowl window, and how close is it to closing with this elite defense?
So this was my argument against the Jets last year when they were being touted as a double-digit win team. I was on the alt under just because they were top-heavy, and we know historically you cannot build top-heavy teams because once one domino falls, the rest ensuingly break, and then just the whole team goes awry. And I think that's what the Rams have built. Having said that, we now have a couple years where Sean McVay, Cooper Kupp, who's no longer there, and I'll get to that in a second, but the last couple of years, it's been Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, and Kyron Williams. When those 4 individuals have been on the field healthy together, which is rare, but when they've been healthy together, they've averaged over 6 yards per play and been a team that, as we saw even in the snow, can take the Eagles to the final quarter until Saquon Barkley just bust out a big one out of nowhere. But they've been a team that can compete with everyone. If you go back a couple seasons, remember that they also took the Ravens on the road to overtime, nearly beat them in Baltimore as well. So the Rams have shown us they can compete with the absolute best of everyone if they're healthy. That's always the question, but they still have a very good offensive line when everyone is at full strength, a good defense, and now for whatever you think about Cooper Kupp, we just turned that into Devontae Adams, who showed us with both the Raiders and Jets, he's at the tail end of it, but he's still in his prime. So I would imagine with all of these guys healthy, yes, they can still compete, assuming everyone's there for the postseason. Not to mention, as Kyron Williams has not been a player who has been able to make explosive plays on his own, but just gets the ball a lot and then eventually will break you down. They now have extra help in Jarquez Hunter, who I understand didn't get significant draft capital, but I don't think people realize that Jarquez Hunter is one of the absolute best athletes to come out in this class. Like, deadlifted 650 pounds in college, so much so the college coaching staff had to ask him to stop because they were scared he was going to hurt himself. He's an absolute freak and honestly the most athletic running back Sean McVay has used in his entire career. And so even sprinkling in this guy, even if he's not Kyron Williams getting 20-plus touches a game, you give him 5 to 8 touches per game. This adds a new element to an offense that was already, like I said, one of the best. And so you mix that in with a defense that got by and had young players already emerge in their rookie years. Yes, I think the window is wide open for one more time. One more ride for Stafford, as long as it's Stafford who's under center, because as we've seen in the past, the Rams offense will completely fall apart if Stafford's not available.
I'm looking at the best dog teams last 2 seasons. Not a big sample size, of course, John, and not all these teams are dogs all that much, but apparently Joe and I just missed the boat on this. 4 of the best 5 dog teams last 2 years: Detroit, Kansas City, Philly, LA Rams. Just when the great teams are dogs, just take them. But I go back and I look at that postseason run by the Eagles last year. We were a huge Eagles show. They killed everybody but the Rams. And if you remember that game correctly, Stafford had the ball at the Philly 25 in the final 30 seconds. I mean, the Eagles could have lost that game. So I guess what I'm learning on the fly here, trust McVay, trust Stafford when they're together, when they're healthy, and when they're catching points, because they just make you money, man.
And as we also all experienced last year with our myriad of different bets with and against Kansas City, It was just a frustrating one because they always tended to cover even when they were not supposed to. We all know the golden rule of Patrick Mahomes, playoff dog. You just take the points blindly. Who cares? Like the Chiefs' floor is always the Super Bowl. We'll figure it out there if a defensive line can crash their trenches. And that's the last 2 Super Bowls Mahomes has lost, is because he was battling the ankle injury against the Bucs. But remember, they were missing 3 starting offensive linemen in that one against Tom Brady. And then, of course, the Eagles just devoured their offensive line last year. But yeah, you say that. I didn't realize that, but you said that, and it was all just good teams that probably shouldn't have been dogs in their own matchups.
Yeah, no, Detroit 4-1, KC 5-2, Philly 5-2. Again, not a big sample size. And then the Rams 13-7, the Bucks 14-7. That's the other team in that conversation. That could all change by next year, but good grief, man. That McVay guy's been good as a dog.
Very good. And that's not surprising to any of us, right? He still remains, although his in-game coaching decisions are not aggressive and they do garner being questioned. He's still, like Kyle Shanahan, one of the best play callers and coaches in the entire league.
When should we be betting season-long props for players?
It's earlier the better. I know, and I believe in both arguments, honestly. Like, even I don't put much weight and don't have too much going in season-long props just because I believe I can turn that money around more quickly than having it hold over for 6 months. And that's the discussion a lot of people have, is I can turn this into immediate betting for more of an immediate ROI as opposed to having that hold over. But honestly, the earlier the better. That's the way it goes. And as everyone knows, they don't want to, but as the smarter bettors know, mostly go unders. Just start shopping for unders more than anything, especially for season-long props, because no one's healthy. No one stays healthy. Like even the special players in fantasy, people look for 17-game windows. That's not the case. Fantasy football is played in a game of 4-week windows, basically, and we just keep on being open-minded and adjusting. It's the same for season-long props. Probably someone's not going to get there for a variety of reasons, including injury. So the earlier you can bet, the better. But if you are someone who wants to say, I don't like having that money tangled up for 6 months, I also completely understand that side of it.
Last year, I made it to the fantasy championship. I had Brian Thomas Jr. The guy who beat me in the championship had Ladd McConkey. I feel like every year there's a rookie receiver or two that changes the landscape of the postseason. You could also throw in Neighbors if you want from last year. So let's call it McConkey, Neighbors, and Thomas Jr. last year. Who are the receivers we should look at this year?
Oh, in terms of rookies. So rookies, it's the running back class that's getting all of the attention right now, so much so that Ashton Jeanty is working his way, if anyone's doing any best ball drafts right now or looking at early season-long stuff. Genty's the one who's in there with Christian McCaffrey, Devon Achane, and Derrick Henry in that tier in the back of the first round. That's where he'll probably go in your home league season-long draft, maybe mid-second round. For wide receivers, though, we all know it was a pretty weak class. And so the only guy getting attention in those first 3-4 rounds is Ted McMillan. There's also a variety of opportunity there. It goes both ways depending on which arguments you listen for McMillan, and that, yes, his comp is Mike Evans, someone who can separate himself on any play in one-on-one coverage downfield and make those explosive plays. But there is, of course, negative reports that he is not in love with football, that he does not watch film, and that has haunted players in the past. So it's a wide range of outcomes, but honestly, he's the only one who's making like true noise right now. I think the big question mark everyone, including myself, is going to have in their own home leagues is for Travis Hunter, because Hunter is, if he was strictly a receiver, the best wide receiver prospect in this class. It's not even close. He's the tier in his own ahead of McMillan. But we have never seen a Shohei Ohtani in the NFL. We do not know how coaches are going to handle this. We are lucky that Liam Cohen, an offensive-minded guru, is the one who is going to use Travis Hunter, and that the organization traded up for him. So we think he's going to get more run. And more importantly, even if someone comes out and says it's going to be like a 40% snap rate, it doesn't matter. It's really going to be about what he's being schemed for in the plays where he's running routes. And so I think his target per route run rate is going to be quite high despite the overall snap rate. And so I'm still ahead, slightly ahead of ADP on Travis Hunter. I think you can get him in the 5th, 6th round of your home leagues, and you'll take that since his ceiling is being the best rookie wide receiver in this class. But the rookie running backs are kind of where it's at for this year, given that it was the most athletic class to ever test since the combine had been testing running backs to show up.
I think Sam put it best. If there was a flat-out rookie of the year, not offensive, not defense, just rookie of the year,
yep,
Hunter's a dude. But now, is he going to get enough on either side? And then which side is he going to get the votes on? Who's he going against? Very, very challenging. Always enjoy the conversation. John Daigle, EstablishTheRun.com. Good stuff there. Lightning bets are next. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, we got a lot to get to coming up here. Joe O, Sammy P. All right, I did watch the Kay Adams first pitch. You're right. It was bad, but she gets credit for the jersey. You noticed the jersey she was wearing, right?
Henry, row, guard, ner.
Your guy. So she gets credit. It wasn't Baba Booey bad, but it wasn't great. And she was like 10 feet in front of the mound. But I don't know if she's a lefty. Anyways, it wasn't great, but those always get judged. Always get judged. ESPN under fire over the weekend. Sad news out of White Sox land, and this tweet got 18 million views, and you'll understand why in a moment. Bobby Jenks, a two-time All-Star pitcher for the Chicago White Sox, who was on the roster when the franchise won the 2005 World Series, died on Friday. People were pissed. Teammates, regular on this show, AJ Pierzynski, pissed as well. That's why it got 18 million views. We're just talking about AI with John Daigle. Isn't that what that was? Was that just like an AI caption for a death?
He was the World Series winning closer. He wasn't just
pivotal for
on
that
the roster.
Didn't the season flip once they landed on their closer?
Yeah, that's a trivia question I always ask. Who would name all the pitchers that had a save in the 05 White Sox run? And most people don't get all the guys. And it's a very tough question. There's 6 guys. So if you want to go, the 4 guys that had more than one save, do you want to take a crack at it? You could get at least 3 of them.
Go ahead. Now I'm blanking on all the names. I remember there were 3 that they were balancing in the beginning of the year before landing on Jenks. But I had no idea there were 6.
Well, the 2 of the guys only had 1. I just had to pull up the reference page to confirm. There were 6 guys that had a save that year. Cliff Polite had 1.
Yep. Oh, God.
El Duque had 1. I know. I usually go with the 4. Who were the 4 guys that had multiple saves for the 05 White Sox? Damaso Marte, Bobby Jenks had 6 in the regular season. 6.
That's it. Wow.
Shingo Takatsu had 8.
Yes. And who's the other main guy?
This guy had 34 and then got hurt. Dustin Hermanson.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The chops. Yeah, Dustin Hermanson. Dude, that was wild. So when Takatsu would come out, what would they do?
For every out, they played the gong. So if there was 1 out, they played 1. 2 outs was 2. And then at the end of the game, it was, it's a lot.
Is there any way that's happening in 2025?
No.
Yeah. Things have certainly changed. But yeah, I'm glad people called ESPN out. Look how far this company has fallen. AJ was pissed, but yeah, saying he's on the roster. No, he was a huge part of that team winning the World Series. So,
man, I'll never forget. My dad brought us to one of the World Series games. It was game 1. And he comes in and he's facing Bagwell in his prime. And remember, this is when the Astros were in the National League. And he's blowing 99-100 by Bagwell had no chance. No, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. And he's coming in and he's got the rosin on the back of his hat. And at that point, he had shaved his head finally because when they called him up, he had the long hair. So into the playoff run, they buzzed his head. And man, was he throwing absolute heat against Jeff Bagwell in Game 1 of the 05 World Series.
Yep. Oh, man, he was awesome. It was so freaking funny. It got me every time when Ozzy goes to the mound, calls for Bobby Jenks. You know, most managers, you tap to the arm, like give me the righty, give me the lefty a couple times, and they know they're warmed up, they're ready to go. Nope. What does Ozzy do when he looks down at the bullpen? He expands both arms, like, give me the big dude. And everybody knows it's Bobby Jenks time. He comes jogging in. So good. One of my favorite White Sox pictures of all time. It's just like Ozzy on the mound in that miraculous year. You had everybody in that starting rotation healthy, and then like Bobby Jenks being part of it. And he would have like basically give me the fat guy.
Or as Hawk would call him, Big Bad Bobby Jenks. So sad, man. Holy cow, 44. 44 years old.
I know he was the manager of an independent baseball team, like 20 minutes from here. But yeah, I saw that news earlier in the year, and then I didn't know it was going to happen that quickly. Sad news. 44 years old. You're right. That's scary. Awkward transition, but got to make it because I did not see this. I heard you were under fire on social media. I was away from social media over the long weekend, but tell the class what you posted a picture of, and let's get to some of the reaction.
I am a little jealous of you. I don't take it completely off when I'm on vacation, but I was mostly just retweeting other stuff. I don't sit on social media and like post when I'm on vacation, but I went to a cookout down on 83rd Street back home. So you have an idea of where I was. So I basically just posted this picture, and if you're watching along, you can see it. There it is. There's the plate that I posted, and that is a fried buffalo catfish, which they were frying in Crisco off to the side. That's collard greens, potato salad. There's some spaghetti in there.
Oh my God! Yes, there is.
Baked beans and some links. Look, that's not
hot
what I
links,
have
right?
That's not what I do at my cookout. But when I'm in Rome, I'm going to do what the Romans do. I got absolutely smoked in my DMs, and I also put that on my Instagram story. And I had people like, "Where the hell are you? That plate's a 2. None of those things go together." I had somebody at the cookout come up and say, "Can you make me a plate?" And I said, "Sure." So I made a second plate for somebody else. Understand where you are, people. Come on.
I like the reply from our listener, Harry. Back to parking lot attendant during vacation? Question mark.
Look, it's not for everybody. The catfish, not only was it buffalo catfish, but the seasonings were in a grocery bag from Ross. So he was dropping the catfish in the Ross bag into the vat with the Crisco bubbling at like 500 degrees. Insane catfish. Again, not a plate I would eat every day. You know who really loved the plate? I got a very nice message from Herb Lawrence who said, "Damn."
I thought you were going to say Alex Smith because that's the first reply I see.
I got a message at like 2 a.m. from Herb. "Where were you?" I'm like, 83rd Street.
Man, I got to tell you, I would have gone back with a plate of just that mac and cheese.
The spaghetti was maybe the best dish there. And that's not like
really
white people don't do barbecue with spaghetti. We just don't. Right? That is a staple at a black cookout, the spaghetti.
Looks damn good to me. I don't see the issues. I could understand people like, "Oh, well, I don't like baked beans. I don't like collard greens." Okay, fine. But to say 1.5 or a 2, come on. And I see a lot of D+ grade. Like, no, that's not the case. And I'm sure you were in good company enjoying it. So good stuff. Glad to hear you enjoyed it.
It was probably the most fun I had on the trip back. I'm not even going to lie.
Wow. Just killing your brother. Just killing him. Or anybody else you saw.
He had too many things. He had Beer Olympics with 30 kids running around. There's too much going on here.
Beer Olympics?
Yeah, he did 4th of July Beer Olympics. Great party, but a lot going on.
Okay, understood. Lightning bets, back at it on a Monday. Where you at?
I disagree with this move in Boston. The total has come down at a couple shops from 10 to 9.5. You got Gomber, who's awful. Rockies at the Red Sox. Fitz is starting for Boston. Nothing special. I can tell you it's going to be about 94 degrees today, too, in the Boston area. So a lot of bad pitching, a lot of great weather for offense. Get those balls over the monster, off the monster. Total open 10, down to 9.5 at a couple places, including BetMGM. I'm going to go over 9.5. Rockies, Red Sox.
Okay. That Houston number is heading back north a little bit. So we saw it coming down, and I guess they're betting Houston at least a little bit. I'm going to stay off of that one. I'm going to take the White Sox. We got plus 145 is the best price that I see. Yes, phenomenal win streak by the Blue Jays, 8 in a row, but a lot of these games are by 1 run. There's a little luck involved, and Burke makes the All-Star team, and if you look at it, he has 1 bad start a month. But most of the time, it's 0, 1, 2 earned runs. So I'm going to take the White Sox. I'll take the value there at plus 145. And I'm going to take a total, a little dicey, but I'm going to go under on the Rangers, Angels, 7.5. You have DeGrom, who's been phenomenal, a 2.13 ERA on the season. And Kikuchi, don't look now, last 9 starts, a 2.00 ERA. A FIP of 3. He's been outstanding. So I'm going to take the under in that what I expect to be a pitcher's duel between the Rangers and the Angels. So there you go. Zach, you didn't have anything, did you?
Anything that stood out was the Tigers.
Oh, Dad.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That was my fault.
I think
my bad.
Paul passed along the mic voodoo to Zach. It's not Zach's fault.
Yeah.
It's Paul's fault.
Not your fault. Not your fault. Squeaky Mike, maybe we'll get that adjusted as well. We got a Horvey thing that we were saving, but we figure it's best to save until tomorrow. So we'll get that as well. Thanks for watching and listening. Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Talk tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you.